A very good afternoon to all the participants. Welcome to day 6 of our Atal FDP, where we continue our today's sessions on sustainable practices and innovative trends in civil engineering. We are honored to have Mr. Rajesh Talpaneni, Senior Technical Manager, Technical Supplies, International Muscat Women, to deliver a lecture on anchoring the future of structural connection from traditional rebar to cast in channels, mechanical fixing, and construction chemicals. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the session. Before we begin, I now invite our faculty colleague, Mr. DVV Satyanarayana Murthy, Assistant Professor, to formally introduce our eminent speaker to the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, distinguished participants and my dear colleagues. I feel privileged to introduce to you Rajesh Telapuneni. He holds bachelor's degree in civil engineering. He has done his master's in structural engineering. Mr. Rajesh Telapuneni is currently working as Senior Technical Manager, Tex Oman. He worked as structural engineer steel from 2015 to 2017. He worked as Senior Structural Designer, Design Engineer, steel from 2017 to 2019. He worked as field engineer Fisher Oman from 2019 to 21. He worked as technical manager Fisher Oman from 2021 to 22. He is specialized in design of steel structures, PEBs, hot rolled, design of malls, stadiums, and hangar buildings. He is specialized in the design of chemical, mechanical, and nylon anchors, design of MEP installation systems, and fire-stop systems, training of anchors, installation systems, packet, pin, and undercut systems, customized design Excel sheets and applications. He is licensed in architectural and civil 2D drafting and AutoCAD from Government of India. He is well versed in software tools such as StatPro, CAD, two-dimensional and three-dimensional, Limcon, RAM connections, RAM systems, ANSYS, IDEA, Statica, Procon, SolidWorks, Fixperience, Easy Fix. Sir, we warmly welcome you, sir, for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have you here and look forward to your talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction. And hope my voice is clear and you could see me on screen. Can you please
Yes,
confirm,
sir.
ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Good afternoon, all of you from Oman. And I'll be sharing my screen. Just let me know once my screen is visible to all of you. Yeah. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Is it now?
Visible, sir.
Yeah. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, great. So, good afternoon again. So, my name is Rajesh. Hope all of you got my introduction.
Sir, good
So,
afternoon, sir.
yeah. So
Sir,
today's topic.
sir,
Yeah,
myself
please.
Giridhar, sir,
Yeah,
from
please.
Bulai College.
Yeah,
So,
please go.
sir, if you don't mind, can you, disable the annotate to others? Like if you take your cursor to the top,
Yeah.
there will be an option of more at the right corner.
Okay. Yeah. I think I did it
If you
now.
click on that more, if you click on that more, then disable annotate to others. It will show that disable annotate to others.
Yeah, I did that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's sir. Thank you very
Okay.
much, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. So coming to today's topic, we will be discussing about the anchoring solutions from the structural members. Either it can be steel or it can be wood or any different material other than concrete. So how we are going to fix these elements to the concrete. So we will see from a traditional rebar which has been used maybe a couple of years back or decades back. and to the latest technologies, what is being currently being practiced in the market or being practiced on the day-to-day project sites. So which includes casting channels, mechanical anchors, and construction chemicals. So we will see from the past and how these been evolved and how these been being practiced on the site. Yeah. So just a quick overview that the duration of webinar will be 45 minutes and there will be a question and answer. So the participants who have questions, please either put your questions in the chat box or if there is time permits and if you get an access to the mic, you can also ask questions to me directly. And there will also be a feedback session where you can share your feedback and inputs, which will help me to further enhance my either the content or the presentation skills. Yeah. So just an advice that please do not use any older versions of the browsers where the quality of presentation or the voice clarity might get affected. And also please do not do any parallel downloads. And strictly that all the question and answers will be answered at the end since we have major gathering over here. So I would like to skip my introduction, which has been already given. So let's go to the content. So today we are going to discuss about this introduction to an anchor. We will see what is exactly an anchor bolt or what is the structural connection between two different materials and evaluation of anchoring system and modern anchoring technologies, code compliances and design standards. As this is the topic is being same across the globe. So there are different codes and compliances. What are the different design standards? Either it's same across the region or it varies from country to country. So those all we will be discussing. And also we will discuss about installation and quality control. How do we ensure that these modern techniques are being implemented or being practiced on site in a right way and with proper quality? And also summary and takeaways. So we will see what has been the summary of presentations. And so there has been a tool which is being developed by us, I mean, the company which I am working, which is free to users. So this tool I will be giving you at the end of the presentation, those who are interested, and we will have a question and answer session. So coming to introduction of anchors, see, anchor is a very simple thing which being studied in the subjects or in the classrooms. So any tiny quality, a strip of metal piece is called an anchor bolt, which basically connects a steel member to the concrete member. So assume that you have a parking shed or you have a balcony projection or you have a canopy. So all these being which is being fixed from a steel structure to the concrete, we need to use some fasteners or you can call a simple piece of metal. So these are being called anchor bolts. So what is the main purpose of these anchor bolts is that these anchors are used to transfer the loads from the secondary structure to the primary structure, yeah, or from the columns or the beams to the foundation, where I'm talking about two different materials. Like you have a concrete foundation, and on top of it, you are going to build a shed, or you're going to build a car park, or a simple example is in our day-to-day life is that the bus shelters or the parking sheds. So our warehouses, storage warehouses, where you will see a lot of steel structure which has been erected like I sections and this. So to connect these I sections to the concrete, we use anchor fasteners or anchor bolts. So which primary importance or primary need of this is to transfer the loads, basically the shear and tension force or the bending moments. So how big are the anchor bolts? So this is also is one of the subject that mostly in our day-to-day life we will not see such huge anchors. Maybe it's like 1 inch or quarter inch. I mean approximately 25 to 30 millimeter, or a maximum a large scale size is the anchor bolt that we may encounter in day-to-day life. But this is a practical image. This is a foundation or an anchor bolt pre-setting, which is being done for, I would say, a wind turbine. You know, you see a huge wind turbine which is being installed somewhere else in the mountains are this. So the story behind the foundation is this. So it's not only the foundation to fix this huge pole of wind turbine close to 1.5 meter diameter of steel tube, which is being installed. So you will see an anchor bolt of this huge size. So you can relate to the persons who are working on the site, how in size you can visualize that how big these anchor bolts and how big in diameter. So I would give you a rough example of close to 50 to 60 millimeter diameter is this anchor bolt. Yeah, and these have been installed into the ground, say approximately 1 to 2 meters in depth. So in order to ensure that the stability and the strength has been maintained during this heavy operational and external loads like wind and temperature, whatever. Yeah. So going back to the evaluation of anchoring system, so at the first concept of these anchors has been come up. It's a plain solid rod, which you could see on this. Actually, the one which you are seeing on screen is a finished product or a finished anchor bolt. But these have been, what do I say? These have been manufactured or these have been formed according to the design requirements. It's a plain rod which is bent according to the requirement, either in shape of J or in shape of L or in shape of a hook. And whatever the length is been required, the threads has been come up so where it can be easily locked by using a nut and washer. So these are the very old traditional anchor fast techniques has come up. Still, there is still a lot of research that needs to be carried out, and there is a lot of development and advancement that needs to have come up. So in complex cases, still we are using the old methods which are safe and which are proven. Right. So let's see a short video how these anchors been evolved and what is the reason that we are going for new technologies and how these new technologies are going to help us in our daily construction activities or in our project sites. Yeah. So in this video, you will be seeing, actually there is no audio for this. It's just a video so that you can relate it. So the video will give you an illustration about how stage-wise this anchors being installed and how these steel members are being connected. So you got your foundation and the foundation reinforcement is being done. And then comes up with the shuttering. So if you see across this particular phase of this one, so what is being done here? So the base is being set, the reinforcement is being done, and shuttering is placed. And then we come up with a template, which is called a dummy base plate, we could say, just as a setting tool, to maintain the plumb level of this anchor to be in precise and exact position, because there an additional member is going to come. So the bolt position and the holes which has been drilled in the steel structure or the steel base plate should match together. So this is, we call it formwork setting or template. Sorry, there has been some, yeah, let me go back. Yeah. So after setting out this, so this is been stringently fixed using the formwork to the existing foundation using screws or nails, whatever required. And then the concrete is being poured. Yeah. And last stage is that we bring whatever the required steel member to get fixed it. Right? Yeah. So if you see the overall process, what is being observed here? Yeah. So you can keep your thoughts or ideas or whatever that you have come across in this in your chat box. You can comment it so that we can review. So what comes up here is that, say, for example, you want to construct a shed, or you want to install something, a steel beam onto the concrete. So there is a process of time, right? So now from the day you put your dig your or excavation has been done, so you have to do concreting, you have to set up these anchor fasteners, and then make the temporary formwork, and then put concrete and wait until this being cured. And this is the first part of this. But there comes the second part, is that you need to protect the existing reinforcement. So you just assume that you have a slab and there are bolts being projected. So just imagine a massive site where you have 100 or 200 columns need to be installed. Yeah. So in such scenario, what has been happening is that you need to protect this until your material comes onto the site, or your steel, which is being fabricated somewhere in the factory, which needs to come. You need to protect these steel studs or the steel threaded portions, which has been exposed out into the environment. To what happens is, it is steel. So once it has been exposed to the environment, you need to protect it. You need to protect it against corrosion. You need to protect it against if direct contact of water, whatever damage happens. So this is a process of close to 1 to 2 months of time that you need to ensure that everything is in line, and you need to take care of it. Sorry, there is something else. Yeah. So let's go back to that modern anchoring technologies, where we will see three different items. One is mechanical anchors, and then followed by chemical anchors and casting channels. So let's see a short video of mechanical anchors, and then we'll see how fast these mechanical anchors are going to be fixed. So just give you a recap. So in the previous video, we saw from the day zero till the installation of last. But in this video, what we are going to see is that, yeah. So now the concrete has been ready. If you see this particular stage, the concrete has been ready. There is no anchor that we are going to place on the day when we are doing the form work, right? So we are not doing that. Let's see how these anchors is being installed. So what happens in this scenario, if you see across in the previous video, which we saw. So these anchors are basically installed after the concreting is done. That's called its post-installed anchors. The one which we saw are called cast-in anchors or cast-in-place inserts also, there is a term. So these anchors have been installed once the concreting is done. So your concrete part is done. So you don't need to worry about placing the anchors on the day one and ensuring that they are being protected, or they are being not get damaged due to whatever the external parameters on site. And you don't need to monitor continuously to ensure that these are being protected well, or these are being not damaged. So assume that you have gone with the cast in anchors, and which is being damaged on the day before when the structure is going to get installed. So it's a big mess that you need to again demolish the foundation, or recall the old reinforcement bars and then install the new anchor. So that's a time-taking process, and which requires a lot of skill. But whereas the post-installed anchors is that concreting is done, so the user or the client or the contractor doesn't need to worry about installing an anchor bolt. So at any location, at any point, you can drill a hole and then install these anchors. And these all anchors which are being developed, and the principle behind these anchors, especially the mechanical anchors, which we saw on the screen, where there is a sleeve which you will see on the green color. So this sleeve is designed to expand inside the concrete, and then it holds the concrete in position. Yeah. So this works in an interlocking mechanism. So it goes inside, and once this being tightened, so the interlocking forms and it works out. So then we will see the chemical anchoring part. So this is also a similar one, which is post-installed anchor. but it's actually we call it like epoxy hybrid or polyester, where we will see a similar kind of mechanism is practiced in concreting, like we call it admixtures. So we add the admixtures to. Sorry, there has been some problem with the video. Um, so let's see how this is being installed. So there is an existing concrete, and we are going to drill the hole into the existing concrete. And the once hole is being drilled, so the dust is being cleared. Actually, there is automatic cleaning techniques, but we can do it manually as well. So there comes your chemical cartridges. It's like a tube where the chemical is been already placed inside, which comes with a special gun to inject the chemical into the concrete. So if you closely look into this video, the gap between once the hole is been drilled, yeah, the gap between the threaded stud or the anchor and the concrete is been filled with some mortar or some chemical. So we will discuss this further. What is this chemical and who will decide and how to design this chemical, or how much quantity of chemical need to be installed, or how much deep the drill hole need to be done. So these are all the things we will discuss. And also I'll be presenting the software where you can really feel, or you can really design the anchor with the given loads. So, and the last one is cast in anchor. So these cast in place anchors are much more advanced, I would say, but it is more of similar to the oldest technology what we saw, that conventional anchors or the studded anchors. So these casting channel anchors are also called casting, where you see the term casting needs. This needs to be coordinated or installed during your concreting work. But we'll see the advantage of this, how this is being useful for the project site, and how it is going to save the both money and time. So these are being tied to the reinforcement bars. So once the concreting is done, so whatever the time it is, so the one what you see is actually a foam which can be replaced or which can be removed, so that the bolts can be placed and we can fix whatever the facade attachments it is, or what are the structural attachment. Yeah. So if you compare the casting channels to the traditional J bolts, so one question should pop up is that what difference does it makes? Because as I previously said, that we need to wait for whole time and then we need to protect. And same is happening with the casting channels. So this question is should come up. So answer to this question is that if you see this, these are being embedded into the concrete itself. So there is no projections here. If you closely look into the picture, so these are being not projected out, and these are being protected with a foam, which is being placed before the concreting is done. So the user has a peace of mind that no need to protect them, because these are already embedded inside the concrete, and which are quite good enough to withstand any kind of loads. Again, there has been a separate design for this. And once the work is done, we will just we will just remove whatever the infill material, which is just like the soft foam material, which we generally get in parcels, right? Like thermocol and all, a similar kind of PU foam it is, which has been replaced. And whatever the attachments we need to have, we can place it. And since this is being open, so wherever you need adjustments, the plumb level or the building offset, whatever the adjustment needs to be done, the adjustments can be done with this system. And the facades can be installed. Yeah. So these are the three different modern techniques of anchoring, where we saw mechanical anchoring, which works on interlocking. So the anchor goes inside the concrete substrate and interlocks. And then chemical anchoring, which works on the bonding. So there has been a gap between the concrete and the installed anchor, which has been filled with some epoxy or hybrid or polyester. So this also I'll be explaining in further slides. So these have been different techniques and including the casting channel. Right. So let's come back to this chemical anchorings of types, where we got it's across the globe. You got different brands and different manufacturers. That's a different strategy of sales, which we will not talk about that now. But there is epoxy, hybrid, and polyester. So these are the chemicals which is being developed for construction industry. Either you see the same terminology in admixtures, either the same terminology for anchoring or flooring. Generally, we call it epoxy flooring. Or when you want to, do the waterproofing or water leakage, which is happening in rooftops or any of the basements. So we call this type of chemicals to do some treatment and stop these leakages or whatever. So similar mechanism works here. So epoxy is a very common chemical which is being used. Generally, these epoxies are being used in construction for anchoring application, which gives very superior bond. Like there are stages of construction, right, where you have different requirements of load. Like assume that you have a wind turbine to be fixed. So the wind turbine comes up with tons and tons of load, and which is being external, and you have a lot of operation where the wind turbine is being in operation and there is a dynamic loading. So where your structures are heavy and the loads are heavy, mostly we will be going for epoxy based chemicals, which gives quite strong and highest load carrying capacities. And also hybrid, which is also called as vinyl ester, we call it. So vinyl esters are like hybrid, and hybrid is nothing but fast, quick. So these are fast setting chemicals. Like across the globe, we have different temperatures, different climates, and different regions, right? So the chemical which works for a country where the temperatures are quite nominal, like 30 to 40 degrees or 50 degrees centigrade, the same might not work for a country like Iceland or Greenland, where the temperatures are goes in minus degrees, minus 20, minus 30. So such locations based on the temperatures, these are chemicals again, yeah. So these chemicals, there is a setting time for it. Once you install the chemical, it takes hours, it takes days, or it takes minutes to cure, and then the job can be done. So these hybrids have been specially designed for cold climated regions where the setting time of epoxy is like weeks, I would say. Sometimes it doesn't even perform. Yeah. So such locations we go with vinyl esters, which are being hybrid, fast setting. So in simple language, that some admixtures have been added to epoxy, which is becoming a vinyl ester or hybrid, specially designed for this. And polyesters. So these are non-structural applications. Like as I said, you have a huge wind turbine. Either we go with epoxy or hybrid chemicals, whereas polyester is a small change. Is that it is being designed for non-structural applications. Like for example, you have a small, vanity counterpart, or in the restrooms, or you have a small TV unit, or you have some AC units, which is being to fix to the walls. Either it can be a block work or it can be any type of blocks, as we have so many in market, that solid, hollow, red brick, and number. So any of those sizes, these polyesters are the chemicals which is being used, and which takes lower the load requirements, where your loads are quite nominal, not huge loads. If it is a nominal load, we can go with polyester. I would say for the residential and commercial buildings, yes, if it is a like you want to install your lintel beam for the windows and doors, yeah, such locations, yes, you can go for polyesters. Yeah. And then come for casting channels. So these casting channels, as we discussed, these are also heavy duty, that where you can use for any type of structural or non-structural applications according to the requirement. So then comes up with code compliance and design standards. So how do we do this? As we have different regions, and I would mention my apologies here, as I'm not practicing Indian standards from quite few years, so that's the reason that I have mentioned. But as I know that most of the Indian standards are similar to BS standards, so these post-installed anchors which I have presented can be designed or can be verified using these three codes. ACI, American Concrete Institute, where you have a detailed methodology or study that is being carried out how to design a post-installed anchor. It's a bit different from the regular anchor design or the conventional anchor design, which we use our standard practices. Yeah. Some failure mechanisms are from additional design checks needs to be carried out when we do the design for post-installed anchors when it compared to cast-in anchors. And also we have got an independent body, which I would say non-profit organization called ETAC or EAD, which is called European Technical Assessment Guide or European Technical Directory or a document. So this has been the standard 3304999, and there are some technical guides also like TR24, which you can Google it as well. So if you just type ETAC and TR guides, you will get a lot of documents. There has been one for rebar, one for anchor, and whatnot. There are so many guides. So this has been again, I would say, mix of American standards and European standards, which formed an independent body, and which we will be giving. If you are using any chemical, you can always question for a third-party verification or a document, which is acts like a code. So which is called ETAG. So whatever the videos you had seen for the post-installed anchor, every product or every chemical comes up with a document called ETA approved document, means they will demonstrate the load carrying capacities. So which is again a code book, right? Like when we take in the labs that what is the compressive strength of the cube. So based on the mixed proportions, whatever. So these post-installed anchors are also more or comes to the similar category, that these are being fabricated by, these are not fabricated from the steel solid bars. So during the fabrication, it go under heat treatment, cold pressing. So there are a lot of ways to come up with this post-installed anchor. So once the material is being altered, it needs to be tested again. So once this test has been carried out, so it should be documented that what is the load carrying capacity of this particular element. So such documents can be available online. So every product you see has an ETA document. Yeah. And also we can design these using EN 1992. So which is also specially designed for the chemical anchorings. So where this code gives you more in detail how the chemical anchoring design has to be done. And last but not the least, seismic and fire performance. As we see, this has been a major topic in these days, that every other day we see some seismic activities happening across the world. And also there is a fire which has been given highest preference across the globe, that the fire accidents has been creating a lot of damage. And this is also quite commonly we see that the fire accident has happened and the entire building facade is being burnt. Because of this, there is a huge property loss and human loss. So there have been quite stringent laws which has been bought, and mostly it comes under the civil defense. And the local civil defense has been quite prominent on implementing these fire codes. So when this has come up, so whatever we discuss, these are all metal parts. So which also should go under a testing of fire and seismic. But this has been no such code restrictions. Of course, this will be under the local jurisdiction. Either it can be the local state or it can be the local body who is actually looking after these two, where you have some seismic monitoring centers, and also you have some, the fire departments who will be taking care of all these requirements. So if you closely look into this now, the specifications, I mean, what are the basic material that need to be used when the building should comply to seismic or the fire. So the local specifications has all been available with different state authorities or the country authorities. So moving forward, So how do we ensure? So now we discussed something which is very modern and very advanced. There is a lot of development, and it's like every other day you got a brand new car in the market, and there has been an updated model and upgraded model. So likewise, in construction also we have such things happening, especially in the anchoring, that every other day you see there has been a new kind of technique or the new kind of product being launched in the market by different brands. And so when there is a new thing, there is also comes up with the new problems or new challenges, that how do we handle this? So in construction, it is more deadly is that we are as equal as doctors. So if there has been a dent or there has been a bad practice happened in a project site, so the loss nobody can predict. So a small anchor bolt or a small screw and bolt or a small connection which is being given least priority or least importance can collapse the entire building. So in order to come across that, there has been a strict and every product that has been we saw on the videos has a stringent quality control and installation manual. So every product you see, this comes up with an installation manual. So that's how these products have been launched. So it is not like the traditional one. If you see the traditional one, we didn't see any of the techniques of cleaning and installing or blowing the air to clean the dust. So when we are installing chemicals, the chemical holes, like if you see the right side image, when we are doing any installation in concrete or solid blocks, so we drill a hole first into the concrete and then clean it with a brush, a metal brush, I would say, and then clean it with the air so that there is no dust inside. What happens is, if you are not cleaning and if this chemical is gone inside, and the chemical will just stick to the dust but not to the concrete, right? So the bonding is being obstructed, or the bonding is being break by the dust itself. So the chemical just hards and the dust will not make any bonding with the concrete. So there the failure comes. So when you look outside, the anchor being perfectly installed, but inside the bonding is zero. So this is where the failure comes up, which is unpredictable. Yeah. So this has been the practice, and also similarly for the hollow blocks, or it can be hollow core slabs, any hollow materials or hollow substrates. So a similar practice is being done, but here cleaning is not required because the substrate itself is hollow. Once the drill hole is done, or when the drilling is happening to the substrate, the dust will automatically fall into the hollow portions and it will not accumulate in the hole that is being drilled. And there are some techniques where you see some sleeve needs to be installed, and for every chemical we need to give a standard installation time. It will be clearly mentioned. As I mentioned, for epoxies it's 5 to 6 hours on a standard room temperature. So likewise for different chemicals, different setting time comes up, which will be clearly defined in the product that we are using. Yeah, like similar like admixtures. There are different admixtures which will increase your concrete setting time, which decreases your concrete setting time. So likewise in chemicals as well. So this is all about different techniques and what are the code complaints and how do we install and ensure the quality control of these anchoring techniques. And key summaries and takeaway. So if you would like to see how these anchors been designed, you can scan this QR code. So this is an anchor software which is being developed by us, which is free to the users, but there is a no hidden charges. So that I would say, and there has been a registration process. Once you install it, is just that you need to enter your details and then register. So where you can do your own anchoring, so which will be useful also to teach to the students. I think uh, other than the software, there is no traditional software like what is being taught in the colleges, like StatPro or AutoCAD or drafting softwares doesn't cover this aspect. So where you can install the software, either you can use this link, it will directly download, and then just give your username and email ID. So you will get an activation code where you can activate and then do a real time, the anchor design and see. And you can also get a detailed report where you will get all the code references, clause references, and you can download that particular code And if it's not available, you can reach me out always. I'm open to collaborate, or I'm open to engage with any of such requirements. So I'll be sharing this in the comment section also if somebody would like to download it. So moving forward, so thank you for your time, and please get in touch for any further questions or clarification. So now we will be moving forward to discuss about what are the questions we got in the chat box, or if you get an access to mic, please free to ask the questions. And this is my contact details. So if you'd like to reach me out, you can scan this. You will get my email and contact ID, contact details. So that's all for the day. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. So let's move to the question and answers. So
Thank you,
I'll be,
sir.
yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your fascinating session on modern structural connections. Your global perspective on construction chemicals and fixing offered valuable exposure to emerging trends. Now we'll proceed to the interactive session, question and answers. Participants, any questions, you can unmute yourself or you can post queries in the chat box.
It's surprising that no questions. I think we got some questions in the chat box. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think they all have access to mic, ma'am. They can also ask, right?
Yes, sir. They can unmute
Okay.
themselves.
Um, yeah, there is a question from Kailas Patil where there are specification for the anchors. Yeah, as I mentioned that if you come across those slides, there has been given certain codes like ACI 318, or you can go for EN 1992 or ETAG, which I had shared. So there you got the specifications that what anchor does it need to be used, or how this anchor need to be selected. Yeah, which requires all parameters. Or I also have shared a QR code for the software. So if you have downloaded and just do a, or there are also certain examples which is being given in that software. So if you can go through those, you will get a clear idea that what are the specifications that is being followed, or what are the guidelines that is being followed to design these anchors or select these anchors. So you'll get a clear idea. Yeah. And hope I answered your question. Moving forward to the next question. Is there any specific steel grade? Yeah, that's a nice question asked by Satya Prabha. And yeah, these steel grades are actually complies to 5.8 grade, I would say. So 5.8 grade is your ultimate tensile value is 800 megapascals. And whereas your yield strength will be 400 megapascals. So how these anchors has been tested, or this been manufactured is that, so if you see the anchor, let me share the screen again. Yeah. So if you see these anchors, sorry, you can see my screen, ma'am. Just please confirm once.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I don't know. I could not come up to that slide. Let me share the entire screen. Yeah. So if you look closely into this anchor, let me take a, yeah. If you closely look into this anchor, the shape of the anchor is not uniform. Yeah. See, in this zone where you see the cursor, or let me take a pointer. So where you see in this particular area, the anchor size or the diameter of the anchor is little bigger, whereas it goes steep inside, here the anchor diameter is lesser. Yeah. So means there has been some the body, the size of the anchor is being reduced or compressed. So what happens is that, so these anchors are as good as the normal solid bar. So either just assume this as a steel solid bar. So they'll take a steel solid bar and they define, let me stop sharing. So take this as a solid bar. So this solid bar is being placed in a mold, where the mold is being formed according to the anchor shape, which is being, again, there is a lot of R&D involved, that way to give the rib, what is the diameter that needs to be mentioned. And this is being cold pressed. Say, assume we take a 8.8 grade steel solid bar, and then we place it in a machine, which is being compressed without any heat treatment. So this compression just happens with the normal temperature. So there is no heat. Why is that? Heat is not being
Hello, am I audible? Hello, Ramya ma'am.
sorry, there was a interruption in the connection. Yeah. So let's
Okay,
go back
sir.
to the um, yeah, I think that's it. We don't have any further questions. Yeah, we have a question from Dr. T.G. Naidu. Mode of failures of anchors. Yeah, really a good question. There are, I mean, in cast-in anchors, there has been mostly two type of failures, which happens is that the steel failure, we call it, where the anchor is being embedded inside the concrete. And then once the load is applied, the tip of the anchor, the head of the anchor just pulls it off. So half of the anchor remains stays inside the concrete, and the rest of the portion comes out. So where the concrete is strong, which is holding the anchor very tight. And then once you pull it off, so that head or the tip of the anchor has come out, so the steel become weak, and then it got failed. So it's a similar failure what we see in our UTM when you put a rebar and then apply a tension force, and then it just breaks off, like where we see the stress strain curve, right? So a similar kind of failure happens in the anchor bolts. So that's steel failure. Then other comes up is the bonding failure. Yeah. So the bonding failure is that the anchor is been installed in the concrete and then it just comes out. So there is a hole which has been formed in the concrete, but the anchor just comes out as it is without having any effect. So this is called the bonding failure. So why this bonding failure happens is that, so your anchor is very strong and the concrete grade is also very strong, but the bonding between the concrete and the steel is become weak. So the bonding strength has not been up to the mark or up to the requirement. So the anchor just came out. So how do we relate this? I mean, these are the two different material failures. And sorry, I mean, the basic failures in anchors. But there is one more mode, or is that the prying effect? And where you have certain upstand which is being maintained, so which is not being taken care. But this is mostly happens because of the installation and improper installation, I would say. And also the edge failure, that you have a concrete slab. Yeah, you assume that you have a concrete slab and where the anchor is been installed at a corner, yeah, at certain distance. So every anchor, again, we have certain edge distance requirements, right? So you cannot just install, neck on the corner of the edge. So where the anchor just, it doesn't need to apply any load, even if somebody apply with a hammer, just stab the anchor and then just the edge breaks out and come. So that's called edge failure, we call it, say, or breakout failure. So there are different mechanisms or technical terms according to different codes. So ideally, these are the typical failures happens. But when it comes to mechanical anchors, the bonding failure is quite often that we see on projects. Reason being is that it's not because the chemical or the adhesive that we are using is weak. The main problem that comes is again the skill. As I said, this new technologies and new trends have been coming up in the market. So when we are not adapting to do a safe installation, so where the cleaning of drill hole is not proper, so the bonding is not happening and the failure is happening, at 1 or 2 kilonewton load, where the failure should happen at, hundreds and 100 or 150 kilonewton load. So this is one of the major failure that we see in this, and which we need to be give extra caution. So I hope, yeah, we got few more questions uh, from Sandhya. So do we face codal provisions from Indian standard to all are majorly from US, European, sir? Does this mean that we have limitations in use of anchors or still available? No, ma'am. The Indian codes are much advanced, I would say. There has been a lot of research is being done. But unfortunately, since I am away from practicing these standards where I have to obey to the location where I am working and the code's been practiced. So I have been practicing American and European standards, which requires by the market, which is being here, or the consultancies and the project requirements and the specification requirements. So that's why I presented those. But I remember, and I have also had very short experience in India, that yes, there are codes and which are quite strong enough to solve. Yes, of course. Coming to the last part of your question, the research. Of course, these are being new trends, and every day, as I mentioned, that every year there is an update in the product, like, and there has been new product which is being installed. Yeah. So these are all chemicals. So, there are a lot of companies and a lot of brands who involve in chemistry, that what are the different admixtures and what are the different proportionates you add, that you get a very strong chemical and you stand at the top in the market. Yeah. And then we got real-time applications. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have now. Actually, it's holiday here today, as I was presenting it from my home. We got some backup data and everything is in office, but I will share with the coordinator, and hopefully she will pass on those information. Or you can also Google it about the post-installed anchor installations, and there are a lot of videos. Or you can follow the software which I had given, so where it will redirect you to YouTube, and there has been a lot of references and videos. Some will be virtual, which is being developed, or some will be the practical videos how these have been installed. And we got one more question. Can we use these anchoring systems with chemicals for retrofitting or re-strengthening of RCC buildings too? Yes, absolutely. We can use these anchors for retrofitting works, and it's new or it's old. I'll give you an example that say there has been a foundation done, and the construction process of any building may last like 2 or 3 years based on the scale. So assume that we have a project which has been spanned for 2 years, and the foundation is done on the 0th day. Yeah. After 2 years, the client or the contractor has come and said that I want to increase one more floor. So what do we do now? We will not break the entire foundation, right? Or we cannot, because once the existing structure is done, you start going and hammering it or chiseling it or drilling it. So what happens is the major problem comes is cracks. Nobody can control and nobody can evaluate also where these cracks are going to lead and when the structure is going to fall. So such scenarios, these are the safe practices that we can use this chemical anchorings, where we can extend. I mean, there are also drilling practices. That's a big subject. So we can adopt the safe drilling methods, and we can inject these chemicals and attach new rebars. So it's as simple as that. Your taking Fevicol, joining two papers. Yeah, a similar fashion is being adapted to construction. You can take the chemical, take a new rebar, drill it and install it and extend the foundation without damaging or creating a minor crack also to the existing structure. Yeah. So any other questions? Hope I have
Sir, we
answered your
got
question.
one more question, sir. What's the channel size and shape you are working with?
Yeah, sorry, I missed this. Yeah, what's the channel size and shape you are working with? I didn't get you. Maybe this is for casting channels. Yeah, these channels has been again different sizes, starting from say 22 millimeter. I mean, it has two dimensions, height and width. 22 millimeter is the width, and height is being 18 millimeter. From there, we have until 90 millimeter in terms of width. So I would say again, this is been selected based on the design. So it's up to the load requirement again, it is not being limited to one size because it doesn't make sense that the load is very nominal and I gave a very higher size. At the same way that how do we have diameters like 8, 10, 12, the rebars has different diameters. Similar ways, the channels also has from different sizes. Yeah. And then moving forward, we have what are the various methods of corrosion control to steel structures? Yeah, this is also a vast topic, but just to cut short, yeah, the major problem that comes in steel is corrosion. And we have a couple of techniques. The first one comes up with electrogalvanizing, where this is also one of our basic physics experiment what we do in our colleges is that we place the anode and cathode and then one side zinc, other side steel. So the electrolysis process takes up and then the material goes and deposit on the absorber. I'm not very clear on that, but it's called electrogalvanization where the zinc is being placed through this electrogalvanizing process onto the metal. So that's the basic step. The first step starts, which is called electrogalvanizing, mostly for indoor applications where you have something inside your structure, yeah, which is not directly exposed to the environment like harsh conditions. Electrogalvanizing method is being used. Where it is being exposed, assume that your street lights or I mean, I'm just giving you a very practical example, or crash barriers. When you're going on a highway, on either side you see there is been a metal barriers which has been installed. So these have been exposed to a limitless number of climatic scenarios and the pollution, name it, everything is being deposited on that. Yeah. So those are being hot dip galvanized. So where you have dipping the steel into a hot molten zinc, which is being, the process itself is being carried out at 1200 degrees centigrade. So the zinc is being heated with aluminum and then the steel is being dipped inside. So that's one of the best practices. And beyond this comes the challenges in sea areas where either it is close to sea, maybe within a kilometer range, or if it is immediate next to the sea, that where seawater is going to touch the steel itself. So the only option that we have is none of the mild steel or the regular steel will not work. We need to go with stainless steel. And again, we have different versions of stainless steel. There is also stainless steel called marine grade. So this is being specifically, I would give an example. If you see Indian Railways, all the toilet seats, yeah, all the seats has been manufactured with a special type of stainless steel, which is also marine grade, which complies to marine grade actually. So this is being used. That's ultimate when it comes to corrosion. And then we got one more question. What challenges do engineers face when transitioning from traditional anchor method to the modern systems? There are no much challenges. It's only that when we are adapting to a new technology that we should be clear before we adapt to it. It should not be in a situation of rush, that there has been experts who has been involved in this advanced techniques. So yeah, so it's only that information should be clear before we start the work. So we should do our homework and then go on to the work. So that gives a clear output. Else we will land in somewhere where we cannot take further engineering judgment to finish the job or to completely come out. We'll be in a situation where we will rush to someone to solve the problem. Yeah, because these techniques has been, as I said, it has been clearly evaluated and then bring it to the market. And it's not that every country, every jurisdiction has their own rules and regulations, I would say specifications, which is being monitored by the consultants across the projects. So it's been very carefully implemented to the market. I hope we are not running out of time. Still, we have time. So we have another question. For drilling, we may require rocky area, but if the soil type is clay or the other, then we strengthen the foundation anyway. Thanks for responding to our questions, nice info. Yeah. Again, we have one more question from Sandhya. See, actually, there is no direct drilling into the soil. Whatever this being discussed in this today's session, the drilling must happen into the concrete. So we are not creating a foundation or we are not strengthening the soil. We are strengthening the foundation which has been already placed. Yeah. So it should be the connections, whatever we are discussing here, are from concrete to steel or concrete to any other different material, steel, wood, or any precast, name it. There are different materials. Yeah. So foundation strengthening and those chemicals, that's completely a different topic and different subject. Yeah.
Mr. Rajesh, what is the role of edge distance in anchor design?
Yeah. Hi, sir. Thank you. See, the role of edge distance is, if we look into the codes, I remember in IS 800 we have um, basic design of anchor. So where we have edge distance, if I am not wrong, for every anchor bolt, we need to maintain an edge distance of 1.5 times the diameter. Correct me if I'm wrong. So based on the diameter, if you select a bolt of 10 millimeter, so you need to maintain 15 millimeter as the minimum edge. Otherwise, what happens is that, see, let me draw it and show you. I hope it will be clear. Yeah, if you could see on the screen, I don't know, let me.
Yeah, 1.5 times D and 2.5 times D naught for pitch distance. Yeah, in steel designs we are using as IS
Yeah.
800. But in you are at Middle East now. Same
Yeah.
code you are following or other way? That's the question.
See, some codes come up with 1.8 times and some say 2, but more or less these are all again, being the byproducts of different regions. None of the codes are independently developed. They always call the reference from different regions, and where there is a good practice is being done. So this is being called. So, or when there is a incident happened in the market or the project site. So this was being again taken into the research and then being implemented in the codes. So more or less it's same with the minor differences according to the local climatic conditions and the requirements. Yeah. So why edge distance is, if you could see my screen, so there has been an anchor installed, and the failure of anchor happens as a cone. Like it's an inverted cone. So this cone formation should be, as the first design principle is that when I'm taking the anchor out, I should get the anchor with a cone. Means the concrete should form a cone. That's the best failure. I mean, failure also, you will feel satisfied when you see a full cone. Yes, my anchor has been installed perfectly. Assume now you have an edge somewhere here. You are obstructing the cone formation. So the cone will not form a full cone. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Yeah, when the full cone is not formed means the load distribution is not even. So when I design my anchor to say take 10 kilonewtons load or 1 ton load, when the cone is been obstructed by keeping this anchor close to the edge, so the load value keeps decreasing to 2 kilonewton, 3 kilonewton or whatever. Based on the closer you move to the edge, the lesser the capacity of the anchor.
What about in Oman, the wind loads and seismic loads, how we are considering that part? Wind load and seismic loads while designing any structure, not to the anchors, but generally.
Yeah, actually, winds are quite predominant. We have encountered 70 to 75 meter per second wind loads here because the wind that blows on Arabian Sea is quite harsh. What we see is like cyclonic wind, which happens very normal here. But the most of Oman region falls in a solid rock. So the seismic is, I would say, very minute. We have only two zones here, zone 2A and zone 2B, where I would say the base shear value comes up hardly like, 2% or 3% of the dead weight. So, which is not a predominant aspect. But as we see the codes that wind and seismic will never come up with together, that both are independent. So when we design a building for wind shear, so indirectly we are satisfying the effect of seismic. The seismic effect is being nullified. So wind is very predominant, and mostly here in this region there are no independent codes like IS codes. There are no Omani codes which are being implemented now. Oman Building Code has been implemented this year, which is again most of the code is being referred to other than the wind and seismic criteria. Rest is being referred to IBC, International Building Code. So yeah, again, end of the day, it's IBC is developed by US. Uh, the same code has been copied, and the wind and seismic has been replaced according to this local region.
What about the ground strata? What level we are going to encounter the rock touch rock, hard rock? At what level? At Oman?
Yeah,
Here
it's
about
never.
30, 35 meters will get in India. Yeah.
No, here it's the foundation maximum we see is that mostly here we go with the rafts or pipe. So rock soil is that, I mean, not, it's very hard rock. I would say it's, loose and stiff soil. Yeah. So
Okay.
which again, I think comes under class C. So most of the foundations, and there is also some limitations here. Very few structures in the whole country has gone beyond 30 meters height. So 30 meters height is the maximum that is being practiced here. So very rare we see a structure which is 100 meters.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you, Rajesh.
Thank you for your question, sir.
Any questions? Any more questions from the participants? No more questions from the participants, sir.
I think still we have 20 minutes time. If no questions, if you
Sir,
have any,
you can share
yeah.
your practical experiences, sir.
It's been every day, ma'am. It's if you guys can have any questions, sure, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, it's been almost 10 years now. I finished my 10 years and last Feb, going to finish my 11th year here. Yeah.
Okay, sir. We'll have a photo shoot, sir. I request all the participants to switch on the videos. We'll take a screenshot. Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank
you
you,
to the
ma'am.
participants. Thank you for sharing your expertise and valuable insights with us. Your session has been truly enriching and inspiring. On behalf of the organizing team and all the participants, we extend our sincere gratitude for your wonderful presentation. With this, we conclude the first session of our AICT Atal Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll
Thank
be
you. And
rejoining shortly for the next session.
sure. And I would
That is
like
in
to
a
thank,
couple of minutes.
yeah, I would like to
Yes, sir.
thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to your college. So whoever the organizing committee, please convey my best wishes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Arunama Mahapatra and Miss Ramya is the coordinators.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
head
you.
of the
Thank you both.
department of this college. Yeah, civil department. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I'll be leaving this session.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all the participants.
Thank you, sir. I request all the participants kindly stay connected. We'll resume the session in just a couple of minutes. A small announcement to the participants. All the participants are requested to write the assessment exam, and after the assessment, you have to fill the feedback form in the Atal portal. So this will be done after the valedictory session. So your exam will be starting from 6:30. Dear participants, I request all the participants to join through their registered name or through the mail ID registered name which they have been registered for the FDP program. So I could find out here because it is becoming difficult for us to post the attendance. We have already mentioned this thing in the WhatsApp group also, but in spite of that, I could find that the participants is admin has given his name as admin. Please, you can rename yourself after joining the session. You can rename and give the registered name. I request the participant to give your registered name so that it would be easy for us to mark the attendance and it won't be get delayed. After once you complete your exam, so if the attendance is not posted, so you won't be getting your certificate. So it will become difficult for us to mark the attendance. So please log in through your registered name. So there's a question, shall we join at 3? No, ma'am. The resource person will be joining within a couple of minutes, ma'am. Please stay connected, Steve. Dear participants, a small information. So 6:30 to, so you'll be having an exam of 45 minutes. So your exam starts from 6:30. So you'll be having 25 questions. 25 questions which each carries 4 marks. That is for 100 marks. So I request all the participants to use your laptop while answering the assessment or while attempting the assessment. It will be easy. I request the participant whose name is given as admin, please change your name. Please rename yourself. I request the participant whose name is shown as admin here. Please rename. And one more uh, participant has named as faculty. Please rename. Your rename option is open. You can rename and give your registered name. Yes, ma'am. Exam pattern is on multiple choice questions only. So 25 questions will be given of MCQ questions. Each carries 4 marks. So a time period of 45 minutes will be given. You can fill the feedback after the exam, ma'am. No? Feedback for ఆ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ కాదు సార్ అటల్ పోర్టల్లో ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ So we could find some questions in the chat box here. Is it mandatory? Like you can start the exam from 6:45, so 6:30 to 6:45. Once you join click on the link, so that will be the limit will be for 45 minutes. So within 45 minutes, you have to attend the questions. So that is of 25 questions. So once you complete your exam in the Atal portal, then you can fill your Atal feedback. But the session feedback will be given after 6:30. So will be given between the 6:25 to 6:30. You will be given the feedback link will be provided the Google form, the day-wise feedback which you have to fill, and after that you can write your exam. Along with that, you have to fill the feedback in the Atal portal. Not Google form, ma'am. It's in the Atal portal only. It's not Google form, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Kiran, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I
Good.
audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can you like even I'm not able to switch on my video also. That I think disabled from your end.
Yes, sir. I'll give you access to the course, sir.
Yeah, fine. Now I got it. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
So just let me know whenever we need to start so that I
Yes,
will
sir.
be.
Okay, sir. Welcome to the session 2 of the day 6 of AICT Atal Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering. Our next session is by Dr. VSS Kiran, founder and CEO, Garudalix, Hyderabad, who will discuss on GeoAI and GIS-driven innovation for sustainable civil engineering. Before we begin, I now invite our faculty colleague, Mrs. B. Ramya, Assistant Professor, to formally introduce our keynote speaker to the audience. Over to
Thank
you,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure, ma'am, to introduce our today's resource person, Kiran sir. Dr. VSS Kiran is a seasoned geospatial technologist and visionary entrepreneur leading Gardalytics, an AI-driven deep tech company at the forefront of geospatial intelligence and decision analytics. With over 15 years of industry experience, Dr. Kiran brings a unique blend of technical expertise and strategic leadership in building cutting-edge solutions, leveraging 2D, 3D, 4D GIS, AI, remote sensing, photogrammetry, UAVs, LiDAR, hyperspectral, SAR, and advanced data science. He is an alumnus of IIT Tirupati and Andhra University with a PhD in geoengineering. He holds over 25 prestigious certifications from institutions like ESRI, IIT, and IIIT and ISRO, reinforcing his academic and technical credentials. Dr. Kiran sir has held prominent roles across organizations such as ESRI India as National Head for Data Science and Imaginary Solutions, Synthesis Tech Limited, Technical and Processes, and Wills Towers Watson, among others. He began his journey as a GIS intern at ISRO and continues to contribute as an advisor to academic institutions, including PSCMR College and member of Board of Studies, including Andhra University, Bharati Vidyapeeth, etc. Dr. Kiran sir has authored 12 plus national and international publications, received several research and corporate accolades, including a presidential award by former President of India, Srimati Pratibha Patel, and served as a keynote speaker in over 30 major conferences such as GeoSmart India, UNWGIC, GWF, and ESRI User Conference. He has trained 1,000 plus professionals and students across India and abroad with guest lectures delivered at leading organizations like IIIT Bangalore, GSI, NRSA, IIRS, DRDO, ONGC, HPCL, FSI, Survey of India, and several central state government bodies. Throughout his career, he has executed over 25 large scale projects across domains such as urban planning, mineral exploration, water resources, infrastructure, cadastral mapping, electric utilities, ports, environmental science, and smart city development, driving innovation and transformation using geospatial intelligence. Dr. Kiran sir continues to drive Garudalytics as a pioneer in the fusion of AI and geospatial intelligence, empowering governments, enterprises, and institutions with smart, scalable, and sustainable location intelligence solutions. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you everyone. So, ma'am, shall I start, or else is there any participant or still going to
Thank
join?
you, ma'am.
Start your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you and invite you to start the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. First of all, like everyone, once again, thank you so much for joining us for today's session. Let's have the discuss today about GIS and GeoI. Let me share my screen first, and this is complete interactive session where we do the hands-on and also the live examples. Okay, so please be with me and also see that whatever I'm talking here right now, where we could introduce about the mapping platform, and today I'm giving you the complete the smart mapping platform accessible for each one of you, and followed by the next 15 days you can access this platform and do all type of the different analytics. So without any delay, let me share my screen first. Ma'am, only one presenter can share at the time. So can someone stop the screening of screen
No
so
problem,
that I
sir.
could
Sir, good evening. Good evening, sir. Myself, Giridhar from Bulaya College.
Yeah, Giridhar.
Sir, you can share your screen, sir. No problems.
Okay, fine. Will you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. It's visible. It's visible.
Fine, fine.
So, a small thing. Some of the participants are scribbling on our screen. So, can you please this? I mean, can you please this disable annotation for this? Like, if you take your cursor to the top,
Okay.
then there will be some options like layout, annotate, slide.
Sir, I have
So,
to because I joined from MacBook.
okay, sir. Okay.
So maybe you can take access and do that. Then you can give it to me once again. That's better.
Like whoever shares their screen, uh,
Okay. What
that
exactly you are getting? Can you tell me?
sure. If you take your cursor to the top,
Okay.
then
Don't it's let me open Zoom here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Tell me now.
no, no, sir, no problems. I mean, you can open your thing, like open
Yes.
your PPT.
Okay.
Then
What?
there is an option at the top, like more.
No. What exactly you want to take it up?
Disable annotate for others.
Okay. So we should here you can see here I'm getting the bottom more. Okay. So it's always changes in the Mac.
Not
Okay.
that one, sir. Not that one.
This is the break transcript, captions, breakout, docs, norms,
No,
whiteboard.
sir. That will be available on the top. Like yesterday it's
Okay.
yeah.
Let me do once again. Okay. Top. Where is this annotate? Nowhere is there.
If you take your cursor to the top, just
Huh?
yes.
You can see there's nothing is coming.
Okay. Okay then. So sorry.
So,
Oh,
so anything
we-
which disturbance to the audience, they're getting something. See, one thing I could do when I zoom this screen. Okay, let me. Nowhere is there. I'm not able to see anywhere. You can see here. I can get the bottom if I go to the zoom screen. Okay, but currently, will you able to see my only the PPT slide, right?
yes.
Yeah. So what is the disturbance? I'm not able to get. Where the annotations are there? There is no annotations are coming anywhere.
If some
Hey, part.
participants, unfortunately, they'll scribble on our screen. So that's the reason we are saying that, sir.
No, no. So
Okay, sir. No problem, sir. You
you
can
want me to
continue with
stop?
your.
I can stop and reshare. Let me stop
No,
this.
sir. No problem, sir. You can continue with your.
I just stop on my screen. Okay. So let you view standard side by speaker annotations. Where is it annotation?
Okay, sir. You can share your screen and then continue with the PPT, sir.
No,
Thank you.
but I don't want to audience to face any challenges.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
No issues, sir. You continue, sir. I'll control, sir.
I think yes, you can if
I'll
you
control,
stop
sir.
everything, all screens, maybe other screens, because multiple screens are sharing, right? So because of that might be. So let me stop the captions annotations. So I'm resharing, just let me know once again. Okay. Entire screen. Turn off voice isolation. Okay, now you could see how it looks like.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Continue.
Participants can confirm now. Is that okay now?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Fine. Okay. So let's start. If anyone facing any challenges, then sorry, because I have seen whatever the challenge. Otherwise, I have to switch the complete my laptop again. I have to join from desktop environment. Because I joined from Mac and anything, really apologize for that. So now, without delay, let's talk about the geospatial AI. Geo AI and GIS concepts basically for the civil engineering. Okay, civil engineering, we know there's a lot of challenges and different type of activities we perform, from the small construction to the large smart cities. Make it much interactive. I will ask a couple of questions and you can share, raise your hands if you know any idea. So so first point I would like to ask, how many of you know the complete GIS knowledge out of all 100 plus people who have joined? Can you raise your hands? How many of you have knowledge about the GIS? Just raise the hands if you have any idea about the GIS. If you have any idea about AI, that also you raise the hands. There's a tool is there right here. So you just use that and raise your hands so that I could understand, okay, you people knows. Yes, super good. So I only getting from the admin say that it's okay. No, fine. So let's see the how actually geospatial AI playing a role. So before that, let me quickly introduce. Actually, ma'am has already introduced me, but who are we? Today, I completely engaged with the Gordaletics, and Gordaletics is a geospatial AI startup. You are going to see about the product smart mapping. We use the smart mapping AI tools, and these AI tools I offered each one of you during this session. I will show you how to register it. So before we begin into detail, what I suggest, quickly you start registering yourself if you are not registered. So next 40-45 minutes while I explain and cover everything, your registrations to complete, because it will take time to admin has to give approval to each one of you so that you will get access and start working on it. So for that, what you need to do, you just open your Google Chrome, okay? And in the Google Chrome or whatever, any browser environment what you're using, go there and type gis.garudalytics.com. Okay. So when you enter gis.garudalytics.com, there is an option professionals. Okay. So please, again, I'm telling there is a, you enter this gis.garudalytics.com. If you're stuck, I will send you through this message chat window. You copy from here and respond here whether you have registered or not immediately. Just say yes if you did it. If you got access the gis.garudalytics.com, if yes, just mention yes or some thumb or say why, whatever. Just give indication. I want indications from all 135 members of the team. Yes, we got gis.garudalytics.com. Then once you open this page, go to the professional page here. Okay. No worry, this Aadhaar, PAN, and GST number, upload any sort of the PDF, any document here and skip for that time being. Okay. Just enter your name here. For example, I am entering here Sivakiran. Okay. I entered my email ID, gmail.com, enter the mobile number, right? And after that, these the documents is mandate, but you could keep anything. And here you just update for 30 days trial. Okay. Enter password, anything. And reconfirm password. And submit your registration. So here is asking for something. So enter any information in Aadhaar number, PAN number, okay, and GST number, and upload any sort of the PDF file here. Okay, any sort of the PDF file, small PDF file, whatever you have, just update here. Any sort of the PDF file. Okay, so currently we are not taking the validations and all. That is only required for the actual data while we do it. So here you could see Aadhaar number is the required 12 digits. And Aadhaar is like Aadhaar number, anything. You just enter same ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, F. If you know your actual data, you update. Otherwise, you update anything. So if you have facing, you don't know, I'm giving the sample GST numbers and all. Just take it here. Sir, click professional, not login button. Just click professional. Okay. Just go to the gis.garudalytics.com, not garudalytics.com. This is the link I have placed here. Just click gis.garudalytics.com. Okay. And you take, this is the sample number of GST. Okay. And sample number of PAN. I'm pasting here. You could take it from here. Okay. And also you take it from the Aadhaar number. Actually, this is the reason I shared these details to yesterday to all of you to log in. I shared the complete details, but who all are missed. So register now. So sample and upload any PDF file here. And once it's done, the minimum 8 characters password is required. Okay. So you, for time being, you could keep ABCD at 1, 2, 3, 4. Later you could change it. Okay. So just do the same thing. Later you could change it. And with your username, email ID, you register. And once done, you click just some simple submit registration. Okay. As this PAN numbers, maybe you could change the digit because it's already registered, is showing. Okay. Now it's registered. Okay. So you could see success, account created successfully. So you have to update here. Once it's done, you have to log in once you get the user authentication is done. Even you could see your Gmail account. There is a notification you will receive that the account is created successfully. Okay. So please register so that you will get the better idea to do the hands-on. Then now I'm coming to the back to my slides. Okay. We start without any delay. So how this smart mapping works and what, before that, let me give you the quick update. We have the three set of the products: GMAP, GField, GSM. You could see this is the GMAP, is a complete desktop environment product where GIS, AI, remote sensing, photogrammetry, and every technology is already inbuilt. You could see the dynamic fire. You can also see generating the slope and aspect. You could see the fire engines are going on, right? And complete digital twin you could able to create here. Complete digital twin. If you have a drone data, right? If you have a drone data, you could create, you could build the 3D mesh and you generate and complete, you could be able to do the complete thing. You give the complete water effect, you create complete real world scenario, either in GSM, GMAP, wherever you want. Okay. Then another thing, in the civil engineering, maximum time we go to the ground and collect the data. There's a ground, we have to go for the field inspections. For that, we are doing for the G Field. G Field is the mobile app. This app will help you with respect to the utilities, with respect to the real estate, with respect to telecom, whatever sector you take, you immediately start to perform the inspection. You could add your own field, you could add the photographs, videos, images, and start collecting the data, right? And this is also voice
Hello,
enabled.
Garuda.
Hi world, I'm Garuda, your voice assistant. How can I help you?
Load area.
Area loaded.
You go to the exact
Select
area.
plot value.
Attribute selected.
Go to 55.
Yes. So now you could see the voice, how the entire, I go to the particular place, and then I start the conducting the survey. Another, which I'm right now giving the access for, because desktop, I don't know whether everyone, what type of the configurations and everything. So I'm giving the access of completely the smart mapping, which is the voice command, where you can say, hi Garuda, which is the SaaS mode, which is also chatbot integrated. If you no idea about where the data should get, you could also getting directly data, download the data, access the data, analyze the data, visualize the data platform itself. It's a zero code, it's a data interoperability. So it's a multilingual, complete the smart mapping, which I'm giving the free trial. I'm whoever registering now, everyone will get access within the next 30 minutes, because usually we give the access after validation the documents only. But for this session, I already informed to my administrator to approve each one of the account whoever register for next 30 minutes. So register it and get the access for next 30 days. And these 30 days, you will explore, you will do the work and post it on social media. Once you tag with the social media, this license again will be extended for one more, again 30 days. So this is directly giving for this session today only, with the request of LBRC and Atal program. This, you grab this opportunity and register right now. So now how the smart mapping work, how the civil engineering actually require the GIS and all. But before that, do you really know what is geospatial? Do you really know what is GIS? GIS is nothing but geographic information system, which is location related. Are you using Google Maps? When you woke up in the morning, we always start booking the cab, Ola, Uber. That is also GIS. Are you booking the any sort of the hotels, seeing the location, or if you're ordering the food using Swiggy, Zomato, everywhere today maps are playing a important role. Location is playing important role. With respect to the location only, the availability we are getting, also delivery is also possible. So when you combine the location plus this type of analysis, geospatial data, attribute, these attribute, it can answer three important things. Where should I get the good food? What to eat? Why we have to go this direction? How to extract the information? How to extract the information of snake catchers? How to extract the information of nearest ambulance? How to extract the particular, the civil engineering materials? Where should I get? These all information, when you integrate with the platform and perform analysis, that called the geospatial analysis. Let's see the detail, but how this geospatial technology evolves. Initially, I know that you all the civil engineer, all the different department, people, mechanical, electrical, different sort of the faculties today are here. Each one of you are using the previously you worked with the GPS, you work with the total station, you work with the chain survey, plain table survey, but technology evolved. Later in the 1970s, we worked with the paper maps. We worked with the CAD drawings. In 1990s, we worked with the GIS plus also GPS. And 2000, we got started to get access of the different sorts of satellite data. Because before 2000 satellite data available, but after 2000, it's easy to access through the different global platforms. And today, it's no GIS, no CAD, nothing. Today is talking about AI, deep tech technology, artificial intelligence. So everywhere, starting from like I could say content writer to the movie creators. Recent movie, if you see, Mahabharata is completely produced on top of the AI. So how you merge the different technologies, AI technologies on your field in civil. So let's understand that geospatial technology intelligence with the real time, with the AI, with the drones, all combinedly we could discuss in the next couple of minutes, right? So now the timing is 3:22. I will exactly take 25 to 30 minutes to explain each one of that. Then we see the real demos. Then we also give the last 15 minutes, give the direct access where the technical director of the Garuda is also come into the picture. He will do the real demo that how actually the today Indian Railways are using. Today, how Airport Authority of India is using. How the flights are planning, when we are planning, how actually the AI is integrating, how defense people are using, how civil engineers are using for the inspections. Okay, so the very important thing, if you see, why the civil engineers require the GIS? Accurate site selection is one of the important factor if you plan for the master data creation, master plan preparation. You need to understand the areas about this, how the terrain it is. What is the terrain profile? Let's take the example of Lonavala. How many of you visited Lonavala? I believe a lot of people visited. If not, visit that. The place of the particular area, entire thing is completely built like with the GIS, where the complete with respect to the slope, the all canals, water supplies, pipelines, everything with respect to the slope it has designed. No power consumed that much. The smart design and planning, which align roadways, buildings, utilities, all smart cities. If you see, the sensors are installed, solid waste management people are talking about today. People are today talking about the pollution. People are today in smart cities, they are announcing. So every place, the roadways is managed better. So what type of, when you have using the materials and all, if you collect the location, the particular stretch of the road, the construction has done by the L&T, another stretch of the road, construction done by the Safuji, another stretch of the road, construction done by the another company. If you know the location, then you immediately track that. How do you know? How do you get that, right? So real-time monitoring and safety is playing important role where we access that to the satellite data and also CCTV data. If you all this help you to two important things, construction cost and also risk reductions. Let's have the jump into it. Understand in geospatial when you play, you need to understand two set of the data. One is the raster data. More of the people, like maximum people you guys knows, raster, which is a grid of pixels, is a simple images which you capture from mobile, drone, satellite, whatever. Another set is called the vector. Vector is a point, line, polygon. This is a very basic concept, but need to explain you before I jump into it. Where I only want to take the point, line, and polygon, where the line is a linear, like roads, canals, railway track, everywhere. But one thing, remember, when road, canal, railway, everything is a linear feature, but it could measure both. If length is only required, we require the line data. If you require area, then you have to draw the polygon, right? So forest area, your community area, okay. So your construction area needs, then you require the polygon vector. The key tool of geospatial analysis, maybe you heard these words. How AI will be integrating all these words? We are going to talk. GIS, which is the basic mapping, remote sensing, data capturing to satellite, where you apply the different type of analysis. GPS, giving the accurate position location. Today, our entire mobile, our apps, including your login systems, everything connect with the GPS. LiDAR data, getting the much accurate, because satellite data can see on the top, right? So if suppose tree covers, canopy covers, we are not able to see how below it looks like, right? If electric wires, electric utility cables, you want to map it, we require the exact cable to cable gap measurement. So these are all the part of the civil constructions and civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. People should know about the how the LiDAR works for you. Then last, low and very specific of the small scales, one farm, one community, one area, the drone playing important role, right? Where the high resolution data you are getting. Let's talk about the applications, where and how to apply. But before that, I will tell you quickly what the good things. One, as I mentioned, is important thing, the application for civil engineering is the site analysis. When you go to the ground, you have to use the GIS plus AI to identify which site is the best for you. Identify the suitable land based on slope, based on soil, based on risk zones. So these understanding the slope and all, you go anywhere in the world and create immediately slope. That tool we are providing in the GSM, and which I'm going to demonstrate to you right now. The another, the check proximity to roads, utilities, water bodies. There is a buffers. We could generate the buffer from the road to left this much, right this much, because road expanding, right? Lot of houses is going to affect. How could we do that? So these are all aspects which we are talking about today. Then the topographic and cadastral data is another important. So these all we take for the terrain analysis. Then urban planning and zoning. Okay. So we do the best urban planning with this data. Best urban planning. You create the complete 3D digital twin of the area. Optimize the very land use. Okay. Design the roads, drainage, right? Predict future growth patterns. Water resource management. You people are working on check dam constructions and watershed, dams, canals, reservoirs, groundwater management. So civil engineer people and all other people today is completely involved into the surface, right? Whether oil and gas you talk about, whether you talk about the watershed, whether you talk about the flood monitoring, anything, we need to depend on the earth surface, our surrounding features. You want to create the model surface runoff. You want to optimize the water pipeline layouts. What not? Let's talk about the environmental impact assessment also. Another very key application for you. Predict effects of constructions, right? Using AI, you could predict for the next 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. You could predict if this much rainfall, what is the areas are going to under flood? How many buildings is going to damage? So predict the temperature of next year. So each and every, then if you're planning to construct bridges, flyovers, metro towers, the transport planning and road alignment is another very, very important aspect for you, where you use GIS plus AI. You analyze the traffic flow congestion zones. So what I suggest whenever explaining this, any sort of the point, anything which you want to discuss in detail, my suggestion, start putting your questions, much questions or much points which you like. You say that this application I like it more, this application I don't like, this application useful, this application not useful. Mention that. I should understand, okay, you are active. Otherwise, I think you guys, everyone is sleeping. Hope you are not sleeping, you are listening me, right? So put something so that I could understand, yes, what I'm explaining, I'm on right direction. I'm meeting your expectation, right? So again, I'm coming back. Transport planning and road alignment is also very important application. Then yes, this is very important. I will show you the live demo after this after a couple of slides. Structural health monitoring. This, you could see this bridge is completely damaged, right? How do you know? If I'm sending the person every day, I can't send to each and every place to go check for the entire tower, right? I could fly the drone, getting the data, process the data, understand, okay, this place, the complete damage is there. The sensors plus GIS plus real time, it helped to the monitoring bridges, buildings, right? Then another technology which we use to collect the data, which require for all civil engineers, because underground, we don't know how this complete plumbing, this pipeline, utility works has done. And because of that, what happening today, more of the cities, one place the entire utility is there, and during the flood and all, they are trying to do the digging in the different area, which affects the time, which affects the cost, and which affects the damage the infrastructure. If you know the exact location, then your entire problem solved. For that, we require to conduct the GPR survey. With the GPR survey, we get the materials and we understand the which location is there. So exactly the particular location, we could start working on it. So reduce risk during excavation and also renovations and all. How this technology, complete technology in action now. You understand GIS, remote sensing, and also I explained you different type of the application. These are huge set of applications are there. How the technology come into the action, right? That's where GIS, if you talk about, we know, as I explained, point line, polygon, the core platform, which store the data, analyze the data, visualize the spatial data and all. Another satellite image when you're coming, large scale mapping, sensor, monitoring, because you need to understand about the soil data. So you all need to understand soil moistures. You want to understand how the environment is changing if you plan for something, right? So remote sensing. LiDAR will give the complete small micro level data of every bridge, house, network, utilities, lines, everything. So create 3D terrain models. Drones and unmanned aerial vehicle helping you to get a very high resolution centimeter data so that you can plan very efficiently, effectively. So if you integrate your existing data, for example, let me take your existing data, AutoCAD data or Revit data, or the building information model which you have created, integrate the BIM data and GIS together, right? So building information model, when you work, it bring building details completely, right? Each and every window, every utilities, every wiring, everything you have, and you merge the BIM plus GIS data to be integrated. Water leakages, real-time monitoring, you want to do it. So IoT, sensors can play important role here. So if everything, when you create complete 3D model and visualization to create a realistic view of the complete projects, where you do the simulation, that's where actually point start and AI comes a picture, how these all technologies in action, how AI we could integrate. So let's talk about three important aspects. How AI help you in terms of the data capturing, data processing, data engineering. Entire this, what you are seeing this has created on GMap. This is created on GSM. How? You could also create it. That's what I'm telling. This is a complete AI. You don't need to bother about it. If you have drone data, if you have something data, signed up and start exploring that. I will give the manual also. So as we discussed, I'm not going to jump, but because I believe that the previously you already learned about artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence still is a buzzword. Lot of people talk about the different aspects. Some people talk about object detection. Some people use classification. Some people use like video analytics, audio analytics. Some people say that robotics. So artificial intelligence, okay, it's not about the today evolve, it's the previously also we have the subcomponents called machine learning and another subcomponent called the deep learning. These three are connected each other with neural networks and all the AI playing important role. Okay, detecting, classifying, and also managing the each and every segment. So let's very broad picture, very broad picture. Artificial intelligence, video gaming and behavioral AI, computer vision, CCTV based, we are detecting everything, right? Natural language processing, okay, speech recognition. Hello Alexa, hello Google, hello Garuda, hello Siri. So we also have working with speech recognition, hello Garuda. Then machine learning, where you could start predicting the things. Predict for the forest disaster, predicting the disaster, predict the analysis risk, predict the damage, predict the assessment, predict the yield of the crop. Anything. Machine learning comes for the prediction, predicting the crimes, predict the infrastructure growth, predict the cities in growth of which site. Then come to the deep learning where the convolution neural network works. Single, specific, you want some detections. I want to detect mouse, I want to detect phone, I want to detect water bottle. I trained it with the particular single object or multi-object. I given the images, getting the output. So that comes. Let's when you integrate AI, GIS together, right? You could say this is the place where we have showcased the cracks, right? The picture, when we detecting the cracks, AI plus GIS integrated because I detect the crack with the AI, but GIS helping me to understand which location of the pipe got cracked. So predict, then optimize, then third automate detection, then enable the real time. So that's how actually playing. So for you, I will talk about the AI plus GIS plus integration, the field application and AI techniques. Urban planning, if you talk about, site suitability analysis. So random forest, if you heard about, multi-criteria decision models, if you heard about, these are the AI techniques and models. Transportation prediction, talk about the time series analysis, neural network of the graph. Structural monitoring like crack detection from drone images and all. CNN, image classification, we do. Flood management, where the decision tree, gradient boostings and all. Environment impact you talk about, where the regression, spatial clicking, volatility network anomaly detection. So he said its work at a specific points. Now you will watch this. Map the entire thing. Do the automation. Click the point. Understand it. Go to the below. Click here. Getting the photographs. Once I data. Get this thing. So then another thing which I could say here, to complete this building. No, okay, pause this. Single tap, your mobile, you go GSM, open the data, go to the measurement tools, measure it. This we do the live today with the mining data. I will give the mining data also. Be ready for that with the data. So if you're not signed up, sign up now immediately. Otherwise you miss to do the live analytics using yourself without any support. You want to do it or not? Just say yes if you want to do it. Lot of things we are going to showcase. Even no worry, if you are using mobile, still you are able to access. I will give you that item. This is how it works. See the signals, integrating the BIM, GIS, IoT, getting the measures accurate, understand where the damage, manage your layers, Do the right inspection on right thing. Zoom and understand. Sitting in home and measure. Sending the report to others. What not? Each and everything in your hand. So let's go to the construction. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So here, that is two set of images. You want to compare it. You want to lay it for the complete here, the details. I think some noise is there. Okay. Can you please mute if suppose you're not talking? If you're talking, can take your mic near to your mouth and you can ask your doubt very clear. Okay. So if you're not talking, I will request to admin to kindly unmute them. Okay. Once in the during the Q&A, we unmute, or else right now you just put your every requirement, every questions in the chat box. Okay. So comparison, you can compare the two different data sets here. Okay. So how we will get it? You can see how the pre and how the post. How pre-construction, how post-construction. You could measure it. Go to the different angles and performability. Everything you could able to do it today. So what not? So one side comparison. Let's do the bridge inspection added. These all things your works. I will tell you. This is the actual civil engineer people work. This is what actually the mechanical people. This is what actually electrical people wants. Today telecom people also involving. Let's watch this video. Traditional bridge inspection which you do is always very risky. It's a time efficient. So not require any more node. So this is the true use case I'm demonstrating you. How we did complete this project. Drone scanning. Fly the drone, capture the photograph, then process it. Then zoom, see the holes, see the cracks, see the rust, identifying the cracks. Sending the report, automatically report is generating. So AI is not about only the detection. It gives an end-to-end. So you have seen so many, right? So which demo you like more? Which demo you like more? I'm just giving the pause for a minute. I just want to understand which demo you like the more. So can you quickly say yes, no? See, I only need to understand if people respond. Otherwise, I'm thinking I'm simple talking on myself and not getting any idea. All right. I'm just pausing for a single second. I want to understand that how many people are like, whether you like the today's session, are you understanding? So many things are still pending. We have to discuss. So which demo you like it? You guys just say yes if you like the demos. Which you like understanding the concept, just say yes. Either thumb or yes in the chat. I'm just open and I'm seeing this. Just say yes. Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Naidu Garu. Thank you. Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you, Purushottama. Thank you, Seshu. Good, good. So just say yes. So if you're active, you like it, you also say yes. You also say this demo, I like it, right? So you want the access, you want the access of the application. You want the access of the application, it's a free of cost. There is no need to pay anything. I will give the sample demo data. Okay, just sample demo data. You could take your own hand, right? You could access tab, mobile, anywhere. It's a browser-based application. No GPU, you don't need to purchase GPU, no need to purchase laptops. Whatever you have with that, you could be able to access it. Are you there? Yes. Only few people, I'm receiving only 10, 15, no more. Means only 15 people are attending. 151 out of 151, I'm only 10 people are like the demo and all things. Only 10 people are liking demo. Sumit Garu, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Sumit Garu. So only few people, no others liked. Lalita Kumari, thank you. Deepak, thank you. Thank you, Deepak. So please be active and say yes. Yeah, thank you, Sivakumar Garu, for liking this. So see, I need to understand, because what I'm going to present, it's not about the generic classroom sessions, right? It's about the technology. The technology is evolving faster, and the technology which you want, that I'm matching or not. So I need the inputs. If you're not properly sharing the inputs, I'm not able to understand, I'm not able to deliver properly, I'm not able to reach your expectations. So please, my only suggestion, so just say yes. Minimum I could able to understand. Yes, you people are active. Just say yes. I can say hardly say less than a second or 2 seconds. I don't know why you people are feeling shy, or you people don't want to respond. But if that, I may discontinue the session, because if you don't like, why should I say, right? So my own understanding that whether you like it or not, I just wanted to understand. So please respond. I'm hardly giving the 10 seconds more. Whoever wants to respond. Then we immediately jump to the again for the further demos, further live. I will show you beautiful other things. Okay, fine. So now, thank you so much, whoever responds. So one side, as we have seen, so many examples. Now another side, we are going to talk about the different sort of the objects. We have discussed remote sensing, LiDAR, IoT and all. But how actually on ground it's using? On ground, how it's using? The data, when you're getting, how to process this data? How do you need support? Right? So here the cellular inspection, another one of the concept I will show you. Here the drone survey is required a circular manner. Okay, bottom to top. So here see how the data is captured. The guide also I'm providing quick guide. So no need, you can work yourself, right? You could see here. For detailed full day workshop also will conduct. Okay, without any cost, I will assign my team members, any college faculties who wants to take this technology to their college, they want to understand. Please feel free to reach out to us. We'll plan for the session, detailed sessions. Okay, so it's a no commercial involvement. We directly come and demonstrate the technology and all. Okay, so reach out to us. Take this technology to your students also. My suggestion. So it completely generates a report for you. So it's a complete PDF generating for you. So now what actually the things are there, as you have seen the multiple things, the cellular and bridge inspections, right? So actually the BIM and CAD integrations also we need to perform. Okay, so how the better integration can be done if we have the complete BIM data. Okay, with the BIM data, what will happen? Usually it works like with this, the complete area. This is the area we want to plan, right? Is a complete whole you can see. And here I created the structure. I created the building for BIM data, RVT file. That RVT file I superimpose here. I create the multi-patch boundary. I create the height. Then I'm integrating the data. With the drone data, I give taking the to the enable the proper texture, and I create the complete end-to-end the things. Okay, so these all were one side, but lot of things, there's lot of case studies which we worked, right? In India, if we talk about a few things I demonstrate outside, but like talk about the smart cities, gift city of India. Okay, this is how the gift city planned, entire gift city planned. The entire gift city, if you see the plan, is a proper structure with a geospatial, AI, BIM, GIS, complete integrated, and that's what you are seeing this. This is currently in the construction mode. And once the city developed, you could see how the entire thing is planned. So completely planned on GIS. So GIS is playing very important roles in the civil engineering life. Another, like today talk about the national tolling system. You talk about the infrastructure. So complete thing, highway development. So entire National Highway Authority of India is completely using the similar aspect. Okay, so it's a complete when the initial foundation, but it took too much time period to process. But today GIS helping much faster to connect, okay, to the each one of the city, increasing the infrastructure. Think about 15 years back, how the Hyderabad, what is the today's Hyderabad? Think about how the 15 years back Vijayawada, what is the today's Vijayawada? Think about how the Visakhapatnam and other places looks like, and what is the today's now, how the today's infrastructure developed. Every single day, there's a thousands of kilometer roads are laying down, right? This the another side, the water machine, Namami Gange, you talk about Jal Jeevan machine, you talk about. This is the
The
what
Netherlands has
okay.
been living with water intensively since its
But what-
earliest history. For us, it's a source of great wealth and opportunity that simultaneously poses risks and carries a continuous reason to
Hope
act.
you are getting audio
This
of the system.
conflicting mission, dealing with both the promise and the threat of the water,
Yes, sir.
laid the ground for the creation of Rijkswaterstaat
Fine.
225 years ago.
These are
Let
the
us trace the
complete
journey we've made
actually
in
proper
collaboration with
planned
our partners around the world
Okay.
and the collective journey we see ahead of us.
So even Garuda, we also
For hundreds of
started
years, the management of
discussion with
waterways and
complete defense we have implemented and all other places we implemented. So actually, this is the how the entire progress has done the year on year, the planning to implementation to the how the technology evolving to the each one of the project, and it's very important role. Okay, from if you see the starting how the technology developed the days on days, and what is the today's how this entire thing has developed. So if you talk about these things, let me we go for the live demo. So hope everyone registered. I don't know how many people registered. How many people registered, Tarka? No, 10, 12 people. Why I'm only getting means only 10, 12 people, only you people wants the system access, you others don't want the access, because see, we are going to the live demos now. Okay, and in the live demos, we want you people to get more active and work on it, right? So I will show you here, I'm logging right now. Okay. Once you log in, you understand this, how it looks like. And here you are getting the mapping platform. You go to the mapping platform, you will get the different satellite images, you change the satellite images, you start work active on it. So this is the complete detail I'm going to talk about. Are you guys don't want or you are not interested to do it, then I'm only talk about the lab, because I'm taking the special effort to give you the access and also to train you how to utilize the GIS, how to utilize the AI within the GIS, how to utilize the drone data, how the drone data looks like, right? Everything. So it's up to you whether you are interested or not. If you want interested, I'm again taking the pause for a minute, and I just wanted to give the time for only minute or two. And between any questions, put it here. And 2-3 minutes, I'm giving the time to sign up right now without delay. Okay. Then we talk about, I will take you the presentation, I will talk about the only the use cases, and I will only stop and take the question and answer. We're stopping the interactive session of the hands-on session. You want the hands-on session? I'm giving the time again, once again. Please sign up immediately. And once you sign up, whoever sign up, just mention yes. Okay, GT gtpanedu@gmail.com. They want access. I think access. Okay, we're giving the access. We approve at a time everyone for the after 5 minutes. So just giving the for 2-3 minutes gap. So everyone to sign up. After 5 minutes, no approvals again. I'm telling we will once approve, we'll move on. Okay. So whatever whoever signed up, we are giving started giving the access. So please start after 5 minutes. We have started giving the access to the system. So anyone wants to do the hands-on, wants to explore, so right now sign up immediately so that you can get you start getting the access. Okay, user inactive still, no worry, because we have not approved everything. We will approve once. So once it's approved, you will get access, no worry. So Taka, you joined the session, huh? Fine. So just to see the emails, whoever sign up, please mention your email ID that I want approval, I want approval. Okay, just mention here, or else you already signed up, just mention that want approval. Okay, so yeah, if it's missed, we will do it approve again. So please do it immediately. No need to bother about. I already shared the some numbers, random number of PAN, Aadhaar, just only digit matters, but remaining things again here. I am reposting this. Just change the last digits, few digits, and uh, you just sign up with the dummy data also, but email ID, mobile number enter properly, and this even whatever the GST and other, no need to bother about, because that need active, because later forget password and all, we require the OTPs. And uh, we got the only the valid emails. You will get the email notification and mobile notification. Okay, so yes, we'll provide bonus. Shravan Kumar will give you the access right now. So whoever missed it, please do it right now. So I will start the live demonstration explanation after 5 minutes. Then the real 3D will go. So here you have only few minutes of time. So please do that, complete it. So how the smart mapping, works. So Tarka is looking for it currently, and after 5 minutes he will start giving the access to each one of you whoever register before the final. He will start the hands-on to give it to you. So now the smart mapping, what mapping application I'm going to give the access right now, where beam data you can bring LiDAR data, you can bring the mesh 3D mesh data, you can bring the images, you also do the live railway line, coaches planning, everything. I will show you very beautiful flying aircraft takeoff to landing planning. I will show you how the runways can develop with respect that how we talk about the slope analysis, how we talk about the five major I will talk about today, which Tarka is going to showcase the fly through. He will going to showcase the walkthrough. He will going to showcase the complete walkthrough, the trains. He will going to show you, the real terrain measurement. He will show you the profile measurement, how the elevation on ground, how to plan any activities, how to find the best site selection, everything. So don't miss it. And why I'm asking, after that if you sign up, no approval will be provide. Okay, that is a long process, proper authentication system, everything only will get it. For currently, for time being, as the part of this program, as I'm conducting the hands-on, the special, we have given the option. Otherwise you sign up and wait for a week of period, 10 days of period. After that, with the proper thing, why you want this 30-day trial, you have to mention that. Then only you will get after the multiple level of approvals. So and that is level again, the multiple approvals require, or else you have to pay. You have to pay for every single day, every single hour, the cost for the platform. Here no, you no need to pay anything. Simple. So leverage and do. My main motto is that GIS and AI, to teach all of you, so that you all can go back to the college and train again to your students, and your students can be the drive force for tomorrow's for the country. And for that only vision, I am asking you to sign up and start working, start uh, looking for it. So let's come. How the smart mapping works. Smart mapping is complete voice enable. One, you talk to the system or you chat the system. Second, interactive mapping, you dynamically spatial visualized. Another, geo AI analysis, you could do that. Okay. Third, you get the dashboards. So let's talk about the core. One, interactive mapping, and third, geo analysis. First is voice enable. For the voice enable, currently for the fee features, the certain limitations we are providing, not the complete thing. But the next one, you get the interactive mapping, geo AI analysis, you could able to perform right now, because our GPU started for just for you. And you know that today GPU charges are very high. It's like GPUs consume the lot of credits, lot of cash. So currently GPU is only giving for you for the next few hours. So leverage that. If you sign up, you able to leverage the GPU or GPUs, and also start using the AI. AI is a typical, and I don't know whether previous what happened, you able to get the real things or not. But now I'm giving you here, we work water body extraction, road extraction, pothole extraction, text analytics. You give the text, system will do the mapping. Lot of things, interesting things. Okay, you have the data, you have the ChemJet file, you have the shape file, you have something, you do it. Okay, you can use your own data. You go with your own study area and work. Okay, so we'll talk today real world. real world applications. Okay, how the metros are planning, how many coaches we should place, right? So how is actually the real time the voice are coming, right? Everything we are going to learn now. Okay, so the data integration, whether it's a document data, whether it's a PDF data, whether it's a scanned images, whether it's a drone data, whether it's a satellite data, whatever data you want, that data is in front of you. You will get start working on it. Okay, then the currently we are giving to the all getting the admin users. Again, I'm telling you, you're not the viewer, you're not the edit publisher. I'm giving you right now the admin users, enterprise user management. So admin, you people are everyone become the admin, right? So you have the full control. So leverage this opportunity. I'm right now. I'm only giving the admin user whoever joined us, right? Only admin user. So leverage this facility, leverage this GPU access, leverage this offer. Get the admin for the next few seconds only. So with that, let's begin the live demo. I have given much time to sign up, and we are stopping now for the approvals. Okay, and we are going for it. Okay, if you missed it, you missed the chance. Okay, I already asked everyone to sign up. Whoever signed up, you are the users, you get the 30 days free trial. Let's see how many earn the option, but let's take you the application here now. So what we are going to do now, the smart mapping, as you loaded here, the facilities I will show you. Tarka will do the live demo, but one thing I will show you, the data also I will give you to access this data for the live demo. So here I have the one link I'm pasting in chat box. Okay, take this link. Okay, and just keep it with you because lot of people are messaging. So you may miss this. So just copy this link. Just copy this link and be with you so that you could start, because this is the 3D mesh data of the mining area where you do perform the different type of analytics and all. Okay, so once you go here, okay, what you need to do, you have to enable, there's a location, GPS location. Click GPS location, it will take your place. I'm sitting in Manjira Tower in Hyderabad. This is my location. Currently, where is the location I'm sitting right now? You could see the high resolution satellite image. So here I could have the measurement tools. With the measurement tools, I could measure this building exact details. Okay, length, width. Okay, I'm getting the measurement. I also get the area analysis also. Okay, so let me take you the area analysis part here. I think this, yeah, this why this is coming. Oh, no, that is okay. My this ribbon is coming, the voice and chat box message. Yes. Oh, stop the screen. Let me reshare. No. Below ribbon is coming. Yes. Yeah. This ribbon is coming. Okay. So here the area measurement, then we have area measurement. When you click the area, I will also get the area of the any of the building. Okay. Let's take this building area. I click here. I click here like this. Okay. And I click whatever you want the area exact and do it this. Area we are getting. Whether you want square meters, you want square kilometers, acres, hectares, one side. And second side, the thing is that here, let me take you the one good place where the more elevations I get it. Okay, I will perform the different type of slope, aspect, and all the other analysis. Let me take you here. Okay, any of the place. Okay, I will show you the beauty of this area, how it looks like. Okay. Yeah, right. I will go to the 3D first. And this is the 3D window, and I will also go to the side by side window 2D 3D, and here I could sync of 2D to 3D. Okay, and I will go any place and it will take you my 3D of the particular place, right? So here I could able to perform 3D with the tilt. Okay, like this. I could go zoom in. I could put the daylight. I go to the night light, daylight. This is automatic by the timing, with respect to the timing. So I will completely come to this. I will off the sync. I will come completely to the 3D without any 2D. And here we start the different type of analysis which you want, like slope, aspect. You could see here, you could add the data. The data which I'm link I have given, I could add the data here. I also have the different type of the layer trees where I could manage the OSM buildings and all, right? I could go to the attribute tables. I could go for the transparency and all OSM buildings. Let me take you that part. I will add that also here. Add OSM day buildings is there. You add OSM building added successfully. Okay. And let me take you the Hyderabad now with the GPS location directly, or else I will go to the search button. So now you could see the my building 3D data is added. Okay. So if you want to go to Mumbai, you simple type here Mumbai. It will take you the Mumbai. And you could see these structures. Not only that, let me take you the J&K. Could see the layer, how the settlement area and terrain area. If you go to the top, you get the more area here, right? And here we can generate the contours and all live. Okay, we could start playing simulations. So here there's a fly through walkthrough. So I will give you the after that the Tarka will demonstrate everything. But here we have attribute queries, multiple tools, 2D, 3D tools, everything we have. So let's go for the contour and slope. Okay, so what do you want to see? You want to see slope? Let's click slope. This is the slope is created. And this slope, you could enable the columns. You also change the rows, enable it. Okay, you change this slope, different type of slopes. Here we have color ramp, we have given change the color ramps. Okay, and you also see the slope, how it works. You enable this ramp opacity so that you get the satellite image texture. Wait. Let me again off sunlight. Yeah, switch on. Yeah, I will go for here like this. And here I will perform 3D slow contour slope. Here slope, I could generate the contours. Okay, I will let me change the color and I could enable contours. And you could see the contours are enabled. Now with the contour, how much space I want to give, I could generate dynamically the spacing of the contours. So you could plan properly, you get the contour details. Wherever I'm clicking, I get the complete contour and also I'm height. You could see here how I'm getting this contour. So this contour or color also you could change it, whatever the colors you want. Okay, even you could change it the different colors, and you also change it the slope colors. Okay, you change it the other colors and see it now. So this is the how. So you could see the complete real simulations, but before that, let me show you the data, which the data I have given to you. Go to the add data, and in the add data, you go to the add mesh data, and here that URL you paste it here. Okay, and load. You don't need to do anything. Just so this is the drone data which I'm getting here. Now you could see 3D. Okay, it will take time. Here trucks are there, you could see everything. Okay, and there is the we have the different type of measurements, we have the graticle lines, we have the underground mode. So lot many things are there which you need to explore here. The different type of 3D analysis, you could see fog effect, line of sight, pipelines and duplicates, a video on terrain. So urban design, so for example you can start the urban design, you draw the path, okay, and one place to another place. Okay, and the road is designed automatically, you could see here. Okay, so Tarka will explain that the entire couple of functionalities. Now I'm for the next 15 minutes. After that, 5 minutes, I will take the question and answers. So I'm hovering, I'm giving handover to Tarka to give the live demos with the data and show the complete how best we do the walkthrough, flight takeoff to landing, the railways planning for the coaches, starting one position to another position, each one of that. So with that, let me give access to Tarka now. So Tarka, hope you approved everyone. Let me unmute. You're getting.
No, the host is not allowing.
Okay, let me. So, administrator, can you give Tarka message to Tarka to host P. Tarak Ram?
Yes, sir.
So I will stop my screen. Tarka. Yes. You go. Now go ahead. I stopped everything. Now unmute and restart.
Yeah, now I can able to unmute.
You can unmute?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Admin, please confirm if you
Yes,
can
sir. We
hear
can hear him.
Tarka's voice.
We can hear him, sir. We can hear him, sir.
And hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
No, this is the screen is now.
No, I shared it.
Yeah, Tarak, you now yours. We can see your screen. Yes.
I unshared it.
Okay, do it again.
Hmm.
Yes. So please confirm if you could able to see. So that I think the some Dr. Arunima screen we
Yes,
could
sir.
able to see.
Yes,
So
sir. We can
Taraka
see.
the main screen.
Yes, sir. We can see, sir.
Can you change the Tarka screen to the main screen?
1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. I made him co-host, sir, so he can have the access, sir.
Continue.
Okay. Let me go to the 3D.
Oh, wait. Yeah, go ahead.
Because still.
Do one thing. Tarka, you can unmute yourself. You are in mute.
Sorry.
Yeah, now it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is my 3D screen where you can see the complete 360-degree globe. And so as per my current daylight time, it's now getting the little bit uh, shadows. So now I switch it to the complete light. So you can see my complete globe here. Here you have different options, like you can search with the place name, and you can see my right hand side. There are different navigation tools which we provided here. Zoom in, zoom out, previous zoom, next zoom, and you can give the coordinates where if you want to go to the specific location where you can give the longitude and latitude, and you can go to that location. Let me give quickly some of the coordinates. Yeah, once you click on zoom, you can fly to that location where the coordinate which you given. So this is my location. and you can get the current GPS location of your position, and also you have some of the measurement tools where you can measure the uh, 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 distance and area, and also you have these graphical lines. You can see complete Earth. You can see the graphical lines, and you have the option for underground mode also. Let's say let me go to the some of the street view here. So this is the street view. So if I switch on the underground mode, where you can tilt and see the underground how it's look like. Yeah. And if you can see here, we have the measurement tools both in 2D and 3D. Let me go to the measurement tool quickly, find out the distance. And I'm here. We have two types of distances. One is aerial and terrain. So the difference is aerial distance, that is straight point A to point B. But terrain distance is the line will hug to the terrain and give the terrain distance. So you can start digitize the line. So while digitizing, you will get the length. You can see the length between point to point, and also you have the option for area measurement also, where you can get the different units here. You can select whichever unit you will prefer and start measuring the area. Let's say let me measure this building. Yeah, you can see the area of the building, and we are given the search box here, so user can give the place name and he can go to the any of these place. Let's say give Jammu and Kashmir, so you can fly to that location, Jammu and Kashmir, where you can see the hilly area. So you can use your hands freely to rotate the complete 360-degree view of the 3D. Okay. Now here we have a lot of tools here. I am going to take it off few of the tools in the 3D. So you can, there is option here fly through, where you can draw the path, and you can fly through. You can see look like really how the terrain is going to be look like. Let's say let me draw the path quickly here. This is the path. I'm just taking the path here. That is the path which I taken, and you can give the elevation. I mean, the distance from the ground. Let's take 2,000 meters from the ground, and you can give speed per second. Let me increase slightly, and you can start. You can see the practically how the aircraft is flying. So you can switch to different modes here. Now it is in observe mode. Let me take it to the cockpit view. So if you switch to the cockpit view, how the terrain is going to look like when you are in the aircraft. So I can click on observe. You can see the how the fly through is happening. You can increase the speed. Yeah. So here we have other options here, contour and slope, where you can see the contours. Yeah, you can see the contours here. Even just move the mouse on the line, you can get the contour height also, where you can increase your contour interval. Now, right now I'm 314-meter contours, and you can reduce the contour interval also. Right now it's showing 58 meters contours. So also you have the quickly analyze. You can elevation profile, the how the elevation is look like. You can see the ramp here. So wherever you can, based on this ramp, you can identify where the elevation is heavy and where the elevation is very low on the terrain. Also you can see the slope, how the slope is look like. We can see the color ramp also for the slope. So this is the where user can quickly identify how the where the slopes are very steep. And we have other options terrain profile. Let's say this is the terrain, so I want to understand how the terrains really looks like. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add some of the points on the terrain. So this is my start and stop points, and show the profile. So this is the where I click my first point, and this is the where my last point. So you can see, analyze really the terrain, how it's look like, and you can move the mouse anywhere, you will get the terrain height also. Let's say I want to see the height of this specific place. You just move the mouse, so you can get the elevation of the particular place. And you have the different options to change it to different charts, bar and scatter. These are the scatter chart going to look like. Yeah. And we have other options, shadow analysis. So this is the one of the most important feature in 3D. Let's say you take any of the use case. Let's say I want to deploy some of the solar panels. Okay, so how we can you identify where the sunlight, how the shadow is going to be effective for the specific time. Let's say now 421 time. For the 421, you are going to be shadows will be like this. Let me slightly change it to the uh, 06. Oh, sorry. Let me switch off the sunlight. I am in the sunlight. Yeah. Now you can see how the shadows is going to be. Now let me take you to the. Now I'm in the play mode. You can see continuously every 1 hour how the based on my time is changing here. You can see the how the shadows are going to be on my terrain. You see now it's more 10 p.m. Of course it's night. So reaching morning, you can see the shadows. Let me stop. Yeah. So 9:45 a.m. This is the shadows position going to be. Yeah. Let me go back to my sunlight. And we have some of the features, volume calculations, where let's say I want to, you can go any construction area. Let's say I want to calculate the volume of the specific terrain here. Let's say if I start drawing the polygon, let's say I want to measure the volume of this. Finish drawing. So this is my area, and where you can see if my plane height is 100 meters, so this is going to be total volume, and this is the cut volume, and this is the fill volume. So this much area if I want to flatten, so how much area you have to fill and how much area you have to cut. If you just slightly increase the plane height, you can change the volume accordingly. And we have some of the lineup site and vision analysis tools, where you can observe a position. Let's say this is my position, so whether you can see this point, this point, or this point, or this point. So if you can see here, greens are seen and reds are not seen. If you can clearly observe from the terrain where I clicked, so you can able to visualize the point from the observer and you can see the targets. But if you can see here, until among 872 meters, visibility is 119 meter only. After that, I cannot see because there is an obstacle here. So from here I can see. So from here target I cannot see the from the observer. So these are the some of the line of sight tools, and you can see some V-shaped tools also. So the difference between line of sight and the V-shaped tools are basically line of sight is point to point, whether able to see from point A to point B, and V-shaped is how much area you can see and how much area you cannot see. Let's say my above the ground level, let's take 10 meters, range is 50, and place sensor. So 10 meters from the above the ground. So how much area you can see and how much area you can see, because I am in the height from the ground 10 meters. So that is the reason you can see the area where I clicked. And we have tools, flood analysis. So flood analysis basically, let's say if flood inundation, let's say I want to see the height of specific area. If flood inundation happened, then how much area is going to be happen. Let's say if I take the circle here, so the point where I'm clicking, let me take the yeah. Now we can see. So I took the point from here. Let's say if the water rises 5 meter, so how the area going to affect. So how much area and what is the inundation going to happen? You can see practically on the terrain. This is the area where I can my from my position. This is the area going to inundate.
Tata, as the time is less, what we can do,
Hmm.
show the complete railway. One is the flight takeoff, that one, and
Yeah,
second
flight
railways one, and urban design and walkthrough. Railways going with the urban design and railways first.
yeah, yeah. So in urban design, let's say the area. Let's say if you take any of this area, so I want to just draw the quick some of the assets like roads. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the path here. Let's say yeah, you can see this. So this is the line which I taken. You can see the road, how if you can construct the road, how it's going to be look like, and you can change these colors of this center light of the road and left and right side of the roads. Let's say you take a just color and center color. Yeah, now you can see. So I changed the edges of the colors to red. So also you can draw some of the vehicles moving on the road, and also you can put some of the objects like trees, power lines on left and right side of the road. So you can do this kind of objects. You can place it on the road, and you can see visualize how it's going to look like. Yeah. Next is railway train. This is the use case where you can give. Let me take state. So I have taken the state Telangana. So let me take quickly from station Secunderabad Junction to, let me take some point where Vikarabad Junction. Once you start click on building path, so what it will do, it will fetch all the stations from station to station. Between all the stations, it pick all the stations. You can see here, this is my destination. This is the source where you can see in between uh, all the stations. So this is my starting station. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some kind of animation here by giving the different coaches. Let me quickly add logo. So, how many coach you can add? So, I'm added different coaches. There are 5 coaches I've added, and you can apply count, and you can launch the train. Yeah, you can see here. So, these are the different coaches which I added. Now it's ready to move. You can change your sound effects here. You can check the announcements. You can change the announcement settings in Hindi, English.
Tarka, that sounds is not coming. Even the
Okay, I need to maybe reshare, I think.
I think you have to reshare the screen with this, enable the sound, the system sound, so that people will get the real feeling. Because once it's reached the train, you should give the proper the
Hold
announcements,
on, let
give the
me
announcement effect. Just reshare.
resharing. Hold on, hold on. Where is the stop share? Yeah.
While reshare, enable the sound.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm
Uh,
Next
yes.
station, Sanjiavia Park.
Yes, we got it now. Now voice is coming, audios. Can you take the station, focus to the station? So reduce the, yeah. So reduce the logo and do it. Zoom to the particular railway. Yeah, train, yes. Yeah, now you can start that.
Next station, Sanjiavia Park.
So the platform is complete enabled such a way that you could see, you build your entire thing, you plan for the complete city planning, master planning, you give the complete voice enable, you give the complete things that how after building, how actually the city looks like, how if suppose new route, where how the audio, which location we get the audio, and after once you receive the audio announcement, how much time it will take to reach to the next destination. Entire
Next
report, entire thing you can get it here. Fine, Tarka. So you could able to show any other things, or else better we could take the questions, let people to do their own hands-on. Okay. Uh, yes. So as you've seen lot of things now. Uh, as you've seen the demos now, so there's a lot of things, and it's not possible to cover maybe the single one day to all the things, and say huge concepts are there. So what we suggest you that if you are very interested or you want to do something, so please try to do apply here, like get the access, system access and all. Okay, GSM access. And also can you stop this, you stop the screen? I don't know why I'm not able to see. Yes, but yeah, now I think we could unmute everyone. Admin, I'm requesting admin to unmute everyone, and we could take the questions now. That's so that people can ask the questions whatever they have. Okay, so unmute everyone, and we will take the questions. And also if they have any concerns. So we have given already approval. I don't know how many people has applied.
given to all people.
Huh?
Given to all people.
Yeah, we have given access to all people, whoever registered. Okay, if whoever not registered, if you want again the access, you may, it will take time for you to get the access, but we'll give the access later again to each one of you. Okay, so you could apply that to get again access, but with the proper authentications and request letter that why you want to use the application and for what purpose, so that the trial can approve. It's not that simple application. We won't accept any trials because it's a GPUs and all other things are mature, because a lot of 50 plus AI tools are already available where you upload audio, video, test data, a lot of things. And any dedicated session if you want for anyone, we conduct usually the sessions with the college level, but the minimum 100 plus students are to be joined. With the minimum 100 per students, then only we conduct. And it's we conduct virtual and on-prem to give the complete detailed and a half-day complete hands-on practice. We'll give it to each one of them. So with that, I am just we are just concluding the today's session, and we are open to take all the question and answers. Hope you like the session and use cases. You understand how GIS and GUI really can help to the civil engineering departments. With that, thank you so much. And over to admin and
Thank you,
over
sir.
to host to take the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful and futuristic presentation. Your integration of AI and GIS has opened new perspectives for all of us. We sincerely appreciate the time and effort you devoted to sharing your valuable insights and expertise with us. The participants are undoubtedly benefited greatly from your enlightening session. On behalf of the organizing team and all the participants, we express our heartfelt gratitude for information and inspiring presentation. Participants are required any questions you can post in the chat box.
So, sir, job opportunities are lot huge. If you say the market as bunch of GIS and AI resources, everyone is looking. So, if you start from the as I showcase the multiple like tower inspections, I have showcased the bridge inspections, I have showcased the smart cities, I have showcased the water resources. So, each and every aspect, job opportunities are huge. Job opportunities are available. People who adopt the technology, integrating their multiple technologies, integrating their existing technologies with AI, so definitely there's a lot of job opportunities are there. And whoever missed it, still I could suggest the next half an hour I could maximum give the time. Now 5, so whatever 4:38, right? Whoever missed it, they want the application access, sign up before 5:30. Only till 5:30, whatever mails, logins, approval we receive, we will approve each one of you. So sign up till 5:30 before. So after that, there is a free trials we are going to stop. So free trials for next 1 month. And one more thing, if you explore something and you publish the thing in the social media and the use case, and you want the further extension again 1 month, again you will get free 1 month more. But for that you have work on the some use cases, and you have to create the project, and that project you have to publish and tag to the Godalytics. So by default, your the trial, if it's not sufficient of 30 days, if you need additional trial, after posting you just send the mail to info@godalytics.com for the trial extension. We will give you again the trial, we extend the trial period for you.
Thank you,
So
sir.
you drop a mail to two things, I could say, for the session, hr@godalytics.com or info@godalytics.com. I already posted here. You send a mail, both of them. Okay, so they will contact you and arrange the session for the students and all.
Thank you, sir. We
Thank
shall
you.
conclude the session now, sir.
Yes,
Thank you very much,
thank
sir.
you so much.
Welcome to the session 3 of day 6 of the AICT Atal Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering. We are privileged to welcome Professor KVGD Balaji, Sir, Civil Engineering Department, Distinguished Professor and Director RGUKT Srikakulam, to deliver the final session of our FDP. We will discuss on inconsistent data and error mitigation in civil engineering applications. Before we begin, I now invite our HOD sir, Dr. G. Tirupati Naidu, to formally introduce our eminent speaker to the audience. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I, Dr. G.T. Naidu, Professor and Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, Dr. Lankapalle Bolle College of Engineering, Vishakhapatnam, feel it is my privilege and immense pleasure to present the profile of my guru and mentor, Professor KVGD Balaji, Distinguished Professor and Director, RGU KT Srikakulam. Professor KVG Balaji is a distinguished professor and former registrar of Geetham University and is presently serving as director RGU KT Srikakulam. He completed his BTech from NIT Warangal in 1983, MTech from NIT Kurukshetra in 1987, and PhD from Andhra University in 2000. He has 7 Indian patents published and has published more than 150 research papers, of which over 81 are in Scopus indexed journals in various national and international journals and conferences. He has also successfully completed 7 DST and UGC supported research projects. He has more than 35 years of teaching experience at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels in civil engineering at Geetham and in the Evening College of Andhra University. Under his guidance, 10 PhD scholars have successfully completed their research, 1 from Andhra University and 9 from Geetham University, and 4 more scholars are currently at various stages of completion. He serves as a reviewer for several prestigious SCI and Scopus indexed journals. He has successfully handled more than 120 consultancy assignments for central and state governments, public sector units, and private sector organizations. He has published 4 books in the field of civil engineering, particularly on structural engineering, and has visited Japan to present a paper at an international conference. Apart from English and Telugu, his mother tongue, he is acquainted with Japanese, Harigana, Katakana, and Kanji, and other Indian languages such as Hindi and Urdu. He is licensed in structural engineering in GVMC, GHMC, VMRDA, and BBMP, and an active member of the Bureau of Indian Standards, CED 57. He is also a member of several professional societies, including ISTE, Institution of Engineers, Indian Road Congress, Indian Society for Remote Sensing, and the Institute of Valuers. He has served in various prestigious capacities, including head of the department, member, Board of Studies, Andhra University, chief superintendent for AV and Geetham University examinations, chairman, Board of Paper Setters, SV University, chief warden for Geetham Hostels, director research, director student affairs, director consultancy projects and collaborations during August 2015 to 2018, coordinator online admissions for 3 years, and member building committee, Krishna University. He later served as Registrar of Geetham University during January 2019 to September 2020. During his tenure in various leadership roles, he guided departments and the university towards successful accreditation and renewal process of NBA, NAC, and various national council, including Architectural, Pharmacy, Medical, and Nursing Council of India. As per records, he was born on 20th June 1962, became a professor in September 2001, ratified by Andhra University, and distinguished professor in January 2020. He has been serving as director RGUKT Srikakulam since November 2023. We are truly honored to have such a senior and distinguished professor among us. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present the profile of Professor KVGD Balaji sir. Thank you very much, Arunima. Back to Arunima.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we are truly honored to have you to deliver the final session of our FDP. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. I'm trying to share screen sharing.
Yes, sir.
So, documents. for sharing, this will stop. Do you want to, this will stop other screen sharing? Do you want to continue? Yes. Then I have to pick up from this thing.
Sir, you are given as co-host, sir. You can share, sir.
Which one?
You are given as co-host, sir.
Yeah, okay. Is it visible, the screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Am I, is the screen visible? Any difficulty?
Oh, sir. Visible, sir. Clear,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you very much, Arunima, and also GT Naidu, for giving me the opportunity to present in this esteemed seminar, Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering at Dr. L.B. Bolle College of Engineering. Now, I would like to present a general topic that is inconsistent data and error mitigation in civil engineering. In civil engineering applications, whenever we get data, especially the large amount data, then how to deal with it and then how to go ahead with the data, that is the present issue. So before going ahead, let me define some of the things that are important to go ahead with the rest of the thing. The very first point is about the true value or the absolute value. When the measured value is in the analog mode, that is the weight of a chalk piece, let us take. The weight of the chalk piece could be 3.69 grams, 3.692 grams, or 3.69252875 grams, depending upon the type of measuring instrument. So it doesn't give a unique value. It depends on the type of the instrument that what you are taking, and its value is not unique. So, except in case of quantities where they expressed in whole numbers, such as number of students in a class or number of cement bags in a godown, in analog mode, it is not possible to find the true value of anything. So, it is theoretically impossible to find the true value of anything. Then what is that we are trying to find out under the normal circumstance is the what we call as the most probable value or acceptable value. This acceptable value we obtain by taking multiple measurements and also applying the statistical methods. Then when we are measuring a value, that whatever we got, we call as a measured value. And the difference between the measured value and most probable value, we call it as an error. Then what is an acceptable limit? Because we are defining here an acceptable value and we must know what is the acceptable limit. This acceptable limit will depend upon the purpose. Let me explain with an example. Suppose if you are finding the distance between Vizag and Hyderabad, for the finding out how much time it takes, there 1 kilometer is not going to give us much difference. On the other hand, if you are finding out the elevation of a top of a hill, then 1 meter may not be a serious concern. And similarly, if you go for depth of water in a river, 0.1 meter may not be a concern. And in measurements, land measurements in a village survey, 1 centimeter, if you are able to find out up to, that will be good enough. While laying the tiles, 1 millimeter really matters. And when you are fixing the door shutter with the door frame, even 0.1 millimeter matters. And when someone is preparing the key for the lock, their 0.01 mm makes a difference. So here, what is acceptable depends upon the purpose. And whenever we are measuring, then we have to see what is the acceptable value that we can take up, what is the least value that we can take up, and then we have to go ahead. This is what the acceptable limit I mean. And always we have to see the purpose, and depending upon the purpose, we have to go ahead. Then here I would like to give two examples which I have faced when I am serving. One is when we are purchasing a spring testing machine, initially we thought of buying 100 kg machine. The minimum range, what they have told is 500 kg. And subsequently, they have given, said, for the same price, they will give the 2 tons. But later on, it is not of much use because the range is quite high and we are unable to take the measurements properly. So, always the range matters, the least count matters. And similarly, in the other extreme case, where we want to find out the tilt of telecommunication towers, The maximum tilt that is available is 0.5 degrees. And when you have prepared the instrument, the minimum that we could do is only 0.5 degrees. So even though we are able to prepare tilt measuring instrument, 0.5 degrees is of no use. And finally, we have taken 0.25. Even that 0.25 also is not serving the purpose. So when we are preparing the instruments, we have to see what is the maximum range that it is measuring and what is the least count that it is taking up, so that it will be serve the purpose for which we are doing it. And here I would like to bring out the difference between error and sensitivity, because most of the times we may confuse between the error and sensitivity. The error could be defined as difference between the measured value and most probable value, whereas the sensitivity is response of output for small variations in input. Let me give you an academic example where we can understand what is the sensitivity and how the sensitivity will be quite different from the error. Suppose let us say that we are analyzing the placement data of an institute where there is a computer science department and also the civil engineering department. The computer science department intake is 360, civil department 60, and in the previous year 300% got the placement, and in the present year only 270 got the placement. Then as per the calculation, there is a drop of 10% in the placement data. And in the civil department, previous year only 2% got selected, and in 2025 3% got selected. As per the calculation, the increase in placement is plus 50%. This 50% increase in the recruitment by software companies is numerically correct, but due to small numbers, this is a sensitive issue. And similarly, we find at a number of other instances where these small numbers numerically correct, but it is not giving a true picture. In civil engineering, if you are comparing compressive strength and tensile strength, and while measuring the tensile strength, if you try to see the increase in the tensile strength or decrease in the tensile strength, unless the measuring instrument is having the required precision, otherwise it always leads to erroneous conclusions. So this sensitivity point, we have to keep it in mind, and the sensitivity should be differentiated with error. Error and sensitivity, they are the different things. They are not absolutely one and the same. And when we are measuring the things and when we are taking the measurements, then always sometimes we got values which are absolutely, which are very, very high, or which may be very, very low. And these things we call them as outliers. These outliers we have to eliminate to process the data. If you do not eliminate these outliers, the entire thing will go wrong. Now, let me give you some examples of outliers. Suppose when I'm measuring the height of the person, if you are getting a 9 feet, it is definitely much, much high, and this should be eliminated. And when we're measuring the compressive strength of concrete, if you got 300 MPa for some reason, then this is an outlier because the strength is very close to similar to that of steel. And if you are taking the average salary of an engineer, and we got as 1.2 crores, and this is also an outlier. And if you are trying to give the speed of a car 600 kmph, this is also an outlier. Now here I have given examples where we can physically correlate, but when you are analyzing a large amount of data, and if you want to eliminate the outlier, then what is that you have to do? This is a serious issue, because in the example that whatever I have given, whatever I have shown, it gives you clear idea that these are the examples where you can easily identify, interpret, and then you can say these are the out of the values. Suppose while measuring, if you got one value quite high, when you take the average, then we come to a conclusion that particular sample is acceptable. Let us assume that we are measuring the compressive strength and we got one high value which is there in the data. And when you take the average, it gives us an impression that the entire sample is acceptable. And similarly, in the other way also, it is the same. If you got a very low value for one thing we have recorded, and when you are taking the average of values, then in that case, it is a rejected value. So that's the single value is making a lot of difference. So when we are having a data set, a number of values, and when we are statistically analyzing the data, then it is our responsibility to see that are there any outliers. Then if there are any outliers, then we have to eliminate those outliers. Then we have to proceed ahead. then is there any theoretical way of dealing with these outliers, and whether it is an outlier or not, that we have to identify. An outlier is a data point that significantly deviates from the rest of the data set. It appears as an extreme value that doesn't follow the general trend of the data and arises due to natural variability, genuine extreme values. When you are measuring the compressive strength of the concrete, if you are taking M20 grade concrete, then 35 is a genuine extreme value. Then measurement errors, faulty sensors, incorrect data entry. If the sensor is not working properly, and it always result in an incorrect value. And similarly, where the data is entered, if the data is not properly entered, maybe the units, or while entering the number, if there is any difficulty, then it may result in an outlier. And similarly, in the data processing issues, these transformations sometimes result in outliers. Then here the next question that arises will be how to identify these outliers, then how to remove these outliers. When we have a knowledge of the range of the values, then it is possible to find out the outliers. But removing the outliers just like that, everyone may not accept. Then we must have a set of rules and regulations which everyone will agree upon. Then only we will be able to remove those outliers. For this purpose, IS 8900-1978 is there for civil engineers to identify and to eliminate these outliers. And the general thing will be replace outliers with 95% value. That is, when you take a sample, out of the 90% values, if something is beyond that 95%, maybe on the upper side or on the lower side, then we can eliminate those values, and they may be treated as outliers. And the other things will be, one is using the box plot, the other one is using the scatter plots, and interquartile range. So this is the corresponding IS code I have given, IS 8900-1978. A screenshot I have provided here to show you that an IS code is available to remove these outliers. These outliers we'll be getting when we are measuring in the field, or when we are taking observations while carrying out our research. Everywhere this will be applied. So whenever we have a data set, whenever we have data, then it is our duty to identify, are there any outliers? If there is an outlier, then those outliers we have to remove, and then we have to go ahead in the processing of rest of the data. Now here I am giving a way of finding the outliers. Suppose if you take the concrete strength, where the mean strength will be 25 and the standard deviation is 5. Now here Z0 correspond to central point 25, Z1 correspond to 30, 35, 40. On the left side, this becomes 20, this becomes 15, this becomes 25, 20, 15, 10. So on the extreme left, this is 10. On the extreme right, this is 40. So one way of defining the outliers will be anything beyond 3 sigma, whether it is plus 3 sigma or minus 3 sigma, we may treat them as outliers. This is one way of defining the outliers, because as an engineer, we must have a set of rules where we will be able to identify this is an outlier. Now here, this is one of the example in the civil engineering where the mean strength of the concrete is 25, and let us assume the standard deviation is 5. Here, in between Z minus 1 to plus 1, 68.26% samples will be there, and 15 to 35, 95.45 samples will be there, and between minus 3 to plus 3, 99.73% samples will be there, and rest of the things we are treating them as outliers because the presence of those single values may significantly affect the outcome and also the conclusions. And the other one is interquartile range. This is another way of identifying the outliers. Now here in the median, let us assume that is 25, as in the case of the previous example. And Q1 will be 20 and Q3 will be 30. The minimum value becomes, IQR is 10. So minimum value becomes 10 and maximum value becomes 45. So if you have any value less than 10, any value more than 45, we may treat them as outliers and we can present them, and the same we can record, and then we can go ahead with the rest of the calculation as far as the data is concerned. whether we are doing a PhD program observations or we are going in the realistic situation. Now, let me go ahead with some of the examples. Now, if we have a compressive strength of the concrete, where we are measuring 5 cube strengths. Now, here I have taken 5 cube strength, sample 1, sample 2, sample 3, and I have presented here. And to understand these cube strengths better, now here what I have given is the same numbers I have written below, but in the ascending order. Here, whatever the sample 1 I have written here, the same sample 1 I have written. Please see the same sample 1. Here, what are the sample 2 I have written? The same sample 2 here I have written. And in the sample 3, whatever is there, the same thing I have written here. The only difference will be that I arranged them in the increasing order. Now, if you look into the sample 1, here one value is extremely low, that is 6.2. And in the sample 2 also, in the first sample, 6.2 is an extremely low value. Similarly, there is another value on the right, 48.4. It is also comparatively a much higher value. And if you take sample 2, the 6.2 is a lower value. On the other side, there is no issue. And in sample 3, 48.4 is a very high value. Now, suppose if you are getting the values in this way, usually average of 3 samples will be sufficient. So if you want to find out what is the strength of the concrete, then probably if you take only those 3 values, then we'll get values which are very close to the reasonable one. Otherwise, we will be getting the values either too low or too high. That is here, we may get a value 25.84, a much lower value, or a higher value 33.33. Now, if I eliminate the 2 extremes on the extreme left and also the extreme right, now here what I am getting is all the 3 samples are giving the values which are close to 30 value. So this is after eliminating the outliers, I am getting reasonably good value for all the 3 samples. Here, what I would like to impress upon you is in sample 1, maybe there will be outliers on the both sides. In sample 2, there is an outlier on the left side, and in the sample 3, there is an outlier on the right side. So when we are taking 5 samples, if you eliminate the extreme 2 and if you take the middle 3, then you try to find out what is the value, then probably that will represent the values much more correct. This is about the outliers. Now, when we are measuring the values, usually we come across data, sometimes very same values. Now, here if you take the second set, 28.5, 28.45, 28.55, 28.52 will be the average value. So here all the values are very nearly same. But whereas in the first case, if you see here 28.6, 31.2, and this is 32.6. In the second case, 28.4, 30.8, 31.2, 28.6, 31.2, 32.4, 30.73. Now, here it appears that in the second set is giving more consistent values, but whereas in the first set, it is varying somewhere in between 28.4, 28.6 and 32.6. There is a wide variation. Out of these two, in fact, the first set may be a realistic value and the second set will be a suspicious value. Why we are calling is suspicious value? For the reason the concrete, even if you are casting from the same sample, the 3 cubes will give 3 different strength. So in the second strength, in the second set, inherent variation is missing, whereas in the first set, inherent variation is there. So the first set is a more realistic value, and the second set is generally a suspicious or it could be a manipulated value. This is one point that we have to keep in mind while analyzing the results. So this is what I explained in this particular why suspicious and manipulated. Then when we are dealing with errors, we have 3 kinds of errors, and this we read mostly in the surveying. One is cumulative errors, or what we call them as systematic errors. The second one is random errors or accidental errors or compensating errors. The third one is blunders, gross errors or human errors. Once we know these are the different types of errors, then we must also know how to eliminate, how to overcome those errors. In the case of cumulative error, through proper calculation and cumulative error, if you know that when we are measuring with a tape, in the tape for every 20 meters, there is an error of 0.1 millimeter or 1 centimeter. Then we apply uniformly for all the measurements, and thereby we are able to correct. And the second one is the random errors or accidental errors or compensating errors. Now, when we are measuring with the same tape, there could be difference in temperature when you are taking two measurements at two different points of time, and there could be difference in the pull, or there could be difference in other parameters. Thereby, sometimes the error will be on the positive side, sometimes error will be on the negative side. That is why we call them as compensating errors, which occurs randomly or accidentally. So when these errors are comparatively small, they have a advantage of that they are compensating each other, and thereby they will try to adjust for themselves. And the third type of error will be blunders, gross errors, or human errors. And when you want to eliminate these blunders, one of the simplest thing will be we must take a check measurement or closing at the same point where it is started for blunders measurements using different sources. Suppose if you are measuring the distance by using the tape, by using GIS or geospatial data or in some other way, we measure the same thing. Then if there is a blunder, these things will come out, and then there is a possibility for us to recheck and then again see where exactly the error is coming up. So if these are the three types of errors, and this is how to make corrections accordingly. And here, when I say that we have to deal with the data, and whether we get such large data in a civil engineering applications or not, this is what we have to look into, and then what we have to go ahead. Now here I am giving some of the examples where we obtain large amount of data. One is structural health monitoring based on sensor data, whether it is a bridge or a building or some other structure, these towers. We get a lot of observations, and when we are getting such large observations, there is a need for us to analyze this data and then to go ahead with the rest of the process. The second one is arriving at design wind velocity during the lifetime of the building. Here also, if you try to find out the maximum wind velocity over 20 years or 30 years, then we look into those velocity values. Then we'll try to find out whether to correct these values or we can go ahead with the values. And a similar example will be 100-year design flood for a bridge design. And here, every year we'll take the measurements, what is the max amount of flood that is occurring, and thereby we see whether is there any correction that we have to make for these values once we get all the 100 values. Because it is quite possible that when we are taking the measurements yearly, whether they have entered properly or not, or whether there are any discrepancies, these things we have to identify, and then we have to go ahead accordingly. And similarly, flood routing for flood forecasting and early warning system, and predict aquifer depletion due to water extraction. Then identifying leaks and optimizing water distribution networks. Then traffic flow estimations for a proposed road. Then use real-time GPS data to predict bottlenecks, analyze soil properties, rainfall, and slope to predict failures. Predict contamination levels, pollutant dispersion in water bodies, predicting project cost and delays in construction projects. Now here, I am trying to give the examples where we get large amount of data, and this data must be properly treated, properly cleaned. Then only we must be in a position to identify whatever the requirement that we want, what are the conclusions that we draw. They will be correct provided if data is treated properly. If the data is not treated properly, then what are the conclusions that we draw, they may not be correct. Then how to create, how to build up or modify data for analysis. Then when we want to build up the data for the analysis, usually we go for the random numbers basis. Then using box and Muller transformation techniques, we will go for the Gaussian parameters, and then we try to do it. That is if you want to build up the data. Then if you want to build up the data, there are other, when we have a very small sample, then we use the bootstrap method to build up the data, and then go ahead with the rest of the process. And the third one is data imputation or handling missing data. Now, when we have the data, then when some value is missing, then either we have to completely remove that particular data set, or we have to replace the missing value with a properly. And here we have to replace the missing data with a mean, median, mode, or what are the points that similar point that we find in other data set, we have to replace it so that the entire data we can take it. If we try to remove the data whenever one single value is missing, if you try to remove most of those things, then if the total amount data that is available is less, and it may not be suitable for us to arrive at the conclusions. So this data imputation is a process where we try to fill the missing data so that we'll be able to arrive at the reasonable conclusions. The other one is about the data cleansing by using the combination of various techniques. Here, dealing with inconsistencies, that is removal of incomplete records, if possible, don't impact much. If you want to remove a data set, and it should not, we should not remove to the possible extent, but if there is no other alternative, then we have to remove it. Remove duplicate data. Whenever we are finding duplicate data, this arises mostly when we are taking the data from sensors. There is a possibility that the same data may be there twice or thrice, and those things will be removing it. This is regarding the data cleansing. Then replacing missing value. Whenever a particular value is missed, and we can replace that particular point either by using mean, median, mode, or we can identify what is the most possible value, most probable value, then we can go ahead. Then we can predict those missing values using machine learning or other interpolation technique. Then convert data into proper formats and in appropriate units, text and number. Then we'll be getting the data in a proper way. So these are some of the things that what we could see in the regular civil engineering problem. Now, our discussion is not complete without getting into the present day buzzword quantum computers. Now, day in and day out, we are hearing the word quantum computers, where whatever is not possible to do by using the classical computers, it is possible with quantum computers. That is the present day buzzword. And if you want to go for the quantum computers, does they serve really the purpose, and whether a similar difficulty will be there when using the quantum computers, that is this inconsistent data, as well as whether we require any correction even in the case of the quantum computers, that I would like to touch upon before closing these things. Now here, if you compare classical computing versus quantum computing, when we have to go for the classical computing, when we have to opt for the quantum computing, when we can sort out the problem by using the classical computing, then absolutely we can go for the classical computing without resorting to quantum computing. But when we are unable to solve the problem by using the classical computing, then certainly we have to resort to quantum computing, and we have to use the techniques of the quantum computing, and then we have to resort to quantum computing. Now, here, if you want to compare what is the speed of the computational time and what is the total time required, here it is something like you can compare lifetime with versus days. Suppose while analyzing the drug efficiency, what kind of drug is required for a particular person, if it takes about 150 years or 175 years, in the case of classical computing, it takes only 2 to 3 days in the case of quantum computing. So what classical computing theoretically is unable to solve, that means during a lifetime, if it is unable to solve, it is as good as it is not required. The same thing could be solved by using the quantum computing within few days. Thereby, we are able to solve the problem, and those conclusions or those results, we will be able to use it. Now here, the advantage of the quantum computing is in the classical compute, we have bit, whereas in the quantum computing, we have qubit. Here, if you have 10 qubits, now once we come to quantum computing, then we have to talk about the qubits and what these qubits are, how many qubits are available, what these qubits will do. This is an important part. Now, here in the case of bit, 10 bits means it will be able to solve only 10 times. 10, it is equivalent 10. 20 means 20. That means it is in an arithmetic way. Whereas in the case of quantum computing, this is 10 qubit stands for 2 to the power of 10. It is approximately 1000. That is 1024. Whereas if you have 20 qubits, if that is possible to get in the quantum computer, it is equal to 1 million. If you have 33 qubits, then it is equivalent to 859 crores, which is approximately more than the population of the entire world. So if you are able to get a computer, then it is equivalent to population of this thing. Now, what are the qubits that are available as on today, and whether we are able to deal with it or not, and whether the quality is important or quantity is important. Those are some of the points that we are going to discuss now. Now, in the case of classical computer, we deal with electronic logic gates and central processing unit. On the other hand, in the quantum computing, we use quantum gates and quantum processing units. There is a difference as far as the gates are concerned. They are quite different. There is no comparison or the similarity as far as the gates are concerned. Here it is a logic gate, there it is a quantum gate. Those two are totally different. The logic gates operates on 0 and 1s, whereas the quantum gates operates as unitary gate. There even the phase difference also they're able to take into account. It is not just 0 and 1. A combination of 0 and 1 or somewhere in between also they're able to take it, and we'll be able to go ahead. And in the case of classical computing, it is sequential and deterministic. And in the case of quantum computing, it is parallel computing and it is probabilistic in nature. And here, as far as applications are concerned, for general and everyday computing, we can go for the classical computing, where it is well established and where we are already able to do the things within a reasonable time. We can go for these things. But if you want to improve upon further, then why to go for a quantum computing? Over the years, we are developing the classical computing. Why can't we increase further? Now here the problem is miniaturization and decoherence. Now the size of the transistors they are coming down, and now it has come down to a stage of 5 nanometers, and in the bare minimum size is 3 nanometers, and below which it is not possible to reduce the size of the transistors. And where when we place two transistors side by side, then there is a problem of C-phase and the decoherence may occur. So theoretically, it is very difficult or rather impossible to reduce the size of the transistors or reduce the size of the CPU further. For this reason, we have to go for the quantum computing whenever we want a much higher speed and also much better things if you are looking for. And really, if you need large memory, and if you are also suffering the problem of time. Now, here again, my focus is on error incidence and mitigation. I want to compare here the classical computing with respect to the quantum computing. Now, in the case of classical computer, the error rate is 1 in 10,018. That is very, very, very less. And you can trust upon the classical computer, and the error is 1 in 10,018. It is very, very less, and it is as good as there is no error. On the other hand, in the quantum computer, which is there as on today, the error is sometimes as high as 1 in 100 and sometimes 1 in 10,000. And a common value will be somewhere around 1 in 1,000, which is quite unacceptable as on today. But because of the large advantage that what we have in the case of quantum computer and the improvements that whatever the things that are taking place, we have to accept. And then now the focus is on how to reduce this error in quantum computers. Now here, in the case of classical computer, the error may come because of the bit flips. There is a change, or by somehow if it fails. In the case of quantum computer, it is because of the bit flip as well as phase flip, or both. Because of these reasons, the quantum computer may suffer and more errors may be introduced. When it comes to the parameter causes, in the case of classical computer, if the hardware miniaturization, that is, the size cannot be reduced further, but it is okay. But whereas in the case of quantum computer, temperature, vibration, electromagnetic interference, all these things are going to create a serious problem. The same thing will not create any problem in the case of classical computer. We will be able to operate at room temperature. If there is a small vibration, the issue is not much. Even if there is electromagnetic interference, there also the classical computers work better. But whereas in quantum computer, if there are changes, small changes in temperature, or if there is a vibration which goes and attack the qubits or electromagnetic interference, the errors will be quite high. So in the case of classical computer, it can be operated comfortably at standard room temperature. In the case of quantum computer, the temperature that is required is very close to that of absolute zero. Very close, very, very close to that of absolute zero. Even if the temperature increases slightly, then the qubits decoherence may occur, and they may not be giving a proper value. And also the free vibration. Suppose free from vibration, if there is a small vibration, again decoherence will occur, or electromagnetic interference, again the problem will occur. Then how to correct these things? In the case of classical computer, if there is an error that is occurring, automatically it is built into the system. That particular error will be modified, and the type of the number of times that we have to modify will be comparatively very less, and usually it is not required. Whereas in the case of quantum computers, the type of error that is occurring will be quite high, and then there is a great need to correct these errors. And now the focus is on these things. Now, when I'm talking about how many number of qubits are required, now you have qubits more than 100, then probably it is good enough for solving number of problems that what we are getting. And if you see the development of qubits for IBM, in 2016 it started with 5, and in 2021 it has crossed 100. They have given the title Eagle, and in 2022 they have given 433 Osprey, and 2023 1121 they have given the name Condor, and in 2025 they are reaching about 6,000. Now here initially to get the qubits become very difficult. Then how to achieve the more qubits from 2016 to 2021 to increase from 5, 10, 15, 30. Unless you have minimum 60, 70 qubits, there is no point in doing with qubits. So by 2021, we are able to cross 100 qubits. That is why we are now hearing the word the quantum computing. This is what we are seeing. And also it is very clear that over the years from 2021 onwards, the qubits are increasing abnormally. And here there is we don't need the qubits increase further and further. If you compare the quantity versus quality, the current focus is in the field of improving the quality of existing qubit to make larger scale machines viable. It is not the quantity that they are looking for, it is the quality of the qubits. Because if the quality of qubit is not proper, then if decoherence occur, then automatically error will be there, and that cannot be, there is no point in doing the calculation further. Here, one of the conclusions that we can draw will be a smaller number of high quality qubits can outperform a massive number of low quality, noisy ones, making quality the more critical factor for achieving practical, useful quantum computing to make the error minimum. So now the focus is on obtaining high quality qubits rather than more number of qubits, because we have reached a stage the qubits number is reasonably much higher than what we generally require. But the issue is that we require high quality qubits where the decoherence do not occur, and the qubits will continue in the particular state so that they will be able to go ahead with the competition. Now, one thing that we would like to discuss here will be whether we really go for the quantum computing. Is it really required or only for theoretical purpose we are discussing? Now here, let me give you some of the examples where we deal with large systems. One is progressive collapse analysis. In the structural analysis, when you are analyzing a building, for all the cases of combinations, maybe 62 or whatever it is, dead load, live load, earthquake load, wind load, or all the combinations of these things, that is what we analyze under the normal circumstance. But whereas when it comes to progressive collapse analysis, now here we try to remove, suppose if there are 60 columns, we remove one column, then we try to analyze the whole structure. Then we see whether the structure will stand before that particular column is repaired or not. We don't use the same factors, safety factors. We use a different safety factors which are good enough for the building to stand during the time of the repair. So in the progressive collapse analysis, suppose if you are removing the columns in the cellar, base, sub-base, or in the ground floor, maybe about 3 to 4 floors, if there are 60 columns, 60 into 4 will be 240. So earlier we are analyzing only once. Now we have to repeat those calculations a minimum of 240 times, the same calculation using the different factors. So this is the enormous amount of computational effort that we have to put into. And a normal computer, if you are using a classical computer, the classical computer may be able to solve this problem, but it takes a long time, the one side. Second one is if you if you move to dynamics, or if you go for the plastic analysis and other kinds of analysis, this almost become an impossible task. Then we have to look for a computer which will have large amount of memory and which will be able to solve the problem much higher speed. Then second example I would like to give up on is intelligent buildings for totally blind with AI-enabled glasses. Probably you must have heard the AI-enabled glasses. For a total blind person, if he wears these AI-enabled glasses, he will be having obtaining the data by looking in that particular direction. Suppose if he is looking at a 100 rupee note, then he will be able to identify that 100 rupee note, because the special spectacles that what he is wearing, AI-enabled glasses, that will identify that this is a 100 rupee note, and accordingly it will give the information to the person that this particular thing will be a 100 rupee note. And similarly, if he looks at a particular person, then if his glasses are properly connected to the server, then it is also possible from the server to identify who this person is. These enabled glasses recently have gone to a medical college where they are distributing gems in Srikakulam. There really large amount of data the spectacles have to analyze within no time, so that the person will be able to identify. And similarly, within the building, when he is moving, where the steps are there, or where the obstacles are there, if he wants to identify, the data must be taken and it should be analyzed, and it should send proper information to the person who is wearing these glasses. Then only he will be getting a proper output by using these AI-enabled glasses. So here large amount of data will be there, and those things have to be processed, and that information has to given feedback to the person who is wearing it, and then he has to take an action based on that. So for this, quick action is required, and also large amount of data is to be processed. This could be another application, and because we are interested, because in the case of intelligent buildings, we have to design, when we are designing in future, then probably we may have to design the intelligent buildings. One is for the total blind, the other one is for the health monitoring. Then suppose if you are looking into highway alignment on a conical shape, if you take the hill, if you assume that this particular hill is similar to a conical, and if you want to lay the highway between the 2 points on the highway, then what is the minimum distance between these 2 points, in which way? If you want to identify, you will get a number of curves, and out of these curves, which is the minimum distance, and where the slope that is there, it is also acceptable, and where the soil is acceptable. If you try to incorporate this entire data and then try to find out what is the most possible path. For this, we have to give the data related to the geometry of the surface of the as a whole conical shaped hill. And also we had to identify the 2 points, and also we had to give the distance. It requires large amount of data. This is a problem on the geodesic. And the other problem is implosion, guided demolition of buildings. You know very well. This implosion where you have to put the detonators and then do it. As on today, it is taking about 36 hours, 40 hours, or 48 hours. And if you want to reduce the time, then probably we may have to go for the quantum computing. Then, as I have told you, when you are getting large data, health monitoring of concrete structures using from multiple sensors, then what kind of data they are giving? Suppose if you are getting the data from tilt, if you are getting the data from by using the tension compression, then how to analyze this data, then how to understand and how to finally arrive at the conclusions. This is the thing. The next one, very interesting one, is about the slope stability analysis. In the slope stability analysis, you must have realized that we assume the shape of the failure surface will be circular. And then so many times we assume that it passes through the toe. Now here we have assumed this, the shape is circular for the reason to reduce the number of possible types of the curves. If you say it could be possible any other thing also, suppose let us assume that it could be parabola, hyperbola, catenary, or any other shape, then the number of possibilities will increase abnormally. And the second thing is, if it is passing through toe, then also again we are restricting that one point here and the other there, and the other point is circular. Thereby, we are reducing the number of possible curves. And suppose if you want to analyze for all the possible cases of curves, in that case, then those curves and the failures, if you take, the large amount data will be generated, and to check the stability where the minimum resistance will be there, then probably we may have to go for the this quantum computing. Then comes flood routing. In the case of flood routing, here when there is a heavy rain, what is the rainfall and how much amount of water is seeping into these things, how much amount of water is flowing out, then how to operate the gates. This is one of the toughest situation in the things, and this is another problem which is suitable for the quantum computing. Similarly, dispersion of air pollutants and identification of influence of each source. Now here earlier, when I was in Geetham University, there the industries are saying that the pollution is due to traffic, and whereas the APSRTC or the traffic people are selling that the pollution is because of the industries. Now, if you want to analyze, then at some places we can have air pollution measuring instruments. Then if you try to measure throughout the day and then analyze, then how the pollutants will travel, it is possible to identify which one is causing pollution, whether it is the traffic or the industry or combination of both, and which percentage, which these things will be tried to analyze and then try to get it only when we are able to analyze. And here this is not a very simple task to identify these things. And transportation problem, even if it is a very small problem, then probably it is a very tough problem. And here a number of variety of transportation problems will be there, and we can take up those transportation problem, and then we can solve by using the quantum computing where the traditional problem fails. And when it comes to the quantum computing, basically they targeted, one is cryptography, the other one is drug discovery, the third one is transportation problem. These are the main problems that what they have seen. And once they got a reasonable success, then they try to focus into other areas also where they can apply the quantum computing. Now they're trying to develop the algorithms they can apply and then go ahead with those things. So these are some of the things that what we can do. And difficulty here will be the error. Unless they reduce the error in the qubits, we cannot go ahead. And now the more research is on the error. Now here, in brief, what I would like to impress upon you is, when we have the data sets, then we must be able to take the data, identify the data, cleans the data, then we have to arrive at the conclusion. Then only those conclusions will be reasonable. And when it comes to the quantum computing, very soon we may have to use the quantum computers. Even in the quantum computers also, what we have to remember is that the error will be very high, and those errors we have to remember, and then we have to go ahead. So these are some of the points that I would like to highlight in my lecture. By about 5:45, I want to close. I want to give some time for the questions, and at 5:50, again feedback. After that, the rest of the this valedictory function starts. So I thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity for interacting with you, and also especially Albolaya College, the secretary, and also my colleagues there, head of the department, and also my other colleagues, Arunima and others, where they have given me an opportunity to interact with you, to share some of my ideas. Thank you, Varandal, for this opportunity. Now, I am there to answer your questions in the next 10 minutes. At 5:50, they can go for the feedback, and after at 6, they can start the valedictory. Thank you, Varandal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for concluding our FDP with such a thought-provoking session on data accuracy and error mitigation. Your insights will certainly help participants improve research and practical outcomes in civil engineering. I request the participants, if anyone have questions or query, you can post in the chat box, or you can unmute themselves, and you can ask the questions.
So please feel free to ask. I don't say that I know everything, but at the same time, it throws some light for others that these are the possible questions, and where we can work upon. So here, when I am working in non-restrictive testing and evaluation, each and every value has become an important. If one value we got slightly abnormally high or abnormally low, then how to eliminate that value leads to the idea of this outliers and study on the outliers, because that single value is making a difference of accepting or rejecting. If it is accepted, then the contractor will get the payment. If it is rejected, once for all, the contractor is not going to get the payment. So there's a serious consequences there with a single value. So those outliers, how to accept, then how to modify the data.
Participants can post their questions in the chat box. Participant can unmute and post their questions in the chat box. Or you can unmute and ask any questions.
So if there are no questions, then we can wind off.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. No questions, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank
We
you.
deeply value the effort you put into sharing your expertise today, sir. Your talk has provided immense learning for all the participants. And on behalf of the organizing team and participants, we express our sincere thanks for your enlightening and inspiring session.
Thank you
The
very much, sir.
Yes, sir. The valedictory will be starting soon. Participants are requested to stay back. So the valedictory will be starting from exactly by 6 o'clock. So your feedback form will be given between 6:25 to 6:30. So please stay back for the valedictory session. And all the participants are requested to join the valedictory session also. So after the valedictory session, you are going to write down the assessment, as I already mentioned to you, which carries 25 questions, 4 marks each. So total of 100 marks. And your test will be starting from 6:45, that is for 45 minutes. And if you are not writing the test and if you have attendance of more than 100%, 80% attendance, you won't be getting any certificate unless you write the assessment. So test is compulsory. Test and submission of feedback is compulsory. So all of you have to write the test as well as submit the feedback, and you should have 80% of attendance to get a complete certificate. I request all the participants to stay back. We'll be joining in a couple of minutes. Please stay online. So within 10 minutes, we'll be joining for the valedictory session. సార్ బ్యానర్ షేర్ చేయరా? ఒక్క నిమిషం. మీరు లేరు ఇక్కడ. మీరు లేరు. మీకు ఇప్పుడు చీర ఖాళీ ఉంది కదా మళ్ళీ. అదే నేను ఎత్తుతున్నాను వాట్సాప్లో డ్రాగ్ చేసి, అదే దీంట్లో పెడితే అవ్వట్లేదు. డ్రాగ్ కాదు, అదే వాల్డెక్టరీ ఇది.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Naidoo.
Secretary, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Can you hear
Good
me?
evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. ప్రొఫెసర్ బాలాజీ గారు కూడా లైన్లోకి వచ్చారు.
Yeah. Good evening, sir.
గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్, బాగున్నారండి?
Bhavana, sir. Very nice to see you.
మై ప్లెజర్. దట్ థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ అసోసియేటింగ్ విత్ దిస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్.
Thank you very much, sir.
ఇంకా సిఎన్వి గారు హ్యాస్ టు జాయిన్, ఇంకా జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి సార్. ఆయన జాయిన్ అవుతున్నాను.
అలాగే.
Sir has joined, Naidoo garu. I think we can start.
Yeah, Arunima?
Yes, sir.
అంటే ఇంకా ప్రోగ్రామ్ అవుతుందండి? అయితే లాస్ట్ లో ఉంటామో.
అయిపోయింది సార్. జస్ట్ వ్యాలిడేట్ అవటం.
ఓకే. I can see Sachin Garu. I think he has come online. నమస్తే సత్యనారాయణ రెడ్డి గారు.
సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ అవ్వండి సార్. సిఎన్వి గారు. సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్.
Hello.
Sir, hello sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Good evening,
Audible, sir.
Okay, sir.
Good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the dignitaries, esteemed resource persons, HODs, faculty members, and enthusiastic participants who have joined us for the valedictory ceremony of our AICT Atal Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering. Over the past days, we have gained remarkable insights across various domains in civil engineering from eminent speakers engaged in intellectual discussions and explored new possibilities in sustainable practices and innovative trends in civil engineering. Today, as we come together to formally conclude this enriching journey, it is my honor to host this special session. Once again, I welcome our respected principal, Professor D. Deepak Chaudhary, sir, our head of the department and convener, Professor G. Tirupati Naidu, sir, our guest of the honor, Dr. G. Madhukumar, sir, our guest of the day, Professor C.N.V. Satyanarayan Reddy, sir, and our chief guest, Professor K.V.G.D. Balaji, sir. A warm welcome to all the faculty colleagues, HODs, and our dedicated participants whose active involvement made this FDP truly meaningful. We shall now continue with the scheduled program. I now take the pleasure of inviting Professor D. Deepak Chaudhary, Principal, to deliver the President opening remarks. Sir, we request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Atma. Honorable Secretary and Correspondent of Dr. Langpalli Pillai Colleges, Dr. G. Madhukumar Garu. Today's chief guest, Professor KVGD Balaji Garu, Director, RGUKT Srikakulam. Today's guest, Professor CNV Satyanarayan Reddy Garu,
Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, Andhra University. Dr. G.T. Naidu garu, Head of the Department of Civil Engineering Faculty, and other participants of this faculty development program. Good evening, one and all. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Department of Civil Engineering for successfully organizing this AACTE Training and Learning FDP program. And I am 100% sure that all the participants have got valuable inputs from the learned resource persons. I would like to thank the chief guest and the guest of the day, Professor K.V.Chidi Balaji Garu and Professor C.N.V. Satyanarayan Reddy Garu, for accepting our invitation and taking their valuable time out to share their valuable insights with the participants. And for all the participants, as teachers, we all know that since we are in the teaching profession, learning is a continuous activity. And in this process of learning, FDPs is one of the channels through which we can get some valuable insights about the latest developments that are taking place in the respective fields. And civil engineering is one particular field where there will be a continuous updation in the technologies. So I am 100% confident that the participants have received that specific insights from this FDP. And I also wish all the participants continue their learning process, and I wish them all the best in all their future endeavors. I will take this opportunity to thank all the civil engineering department faculty. We have taken all the strains even after the college hours to organize this online FDP. Hopefully, we will try to get a physical FDP activity next time and conduct it on campus. And I would also like to thank AACTE for sponsoring this Atal FDP program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging words. Next, I invite Professor G. Tirupati Naidu, Head of the Department, to share the convener remarks and reflections on this FDP session. Sir, over to you, sir.
Good evening to one and all. As we come to the close of this enriched faculty development program on sustainable practices and innovative trends in civil engineering, it fills me with great pride and satisfaction to see how fruitful and engaging these past days have been. I, Dr. G.T. Naidu, Professor and Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to our Chief Guest, Professor K.V.G.D. Balaji Garu, Director, RGUKT Srikakulam, and today's guest of the day, Professor C.N.V. Satyanarayan Reddy Garu, Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, AU College of Engineering. Our guest of honor, Dr. G. Madhukumar Garu, Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. Lankapalli Bollai Colleges. Our respected Principal, Professor D. Deepak Chowdhury Garu, Head of the Departments of various departments of Dr. Lankapalli Bollai College of Engineering, esteemed resource persons, faculty colleagues, and participants from various institutes across the country. On behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, Dr. Lankapalli Bollai College of Engineering, Visakhapatnam, I extend my heartful gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the grand success of this FDP. Over the course of this program, we had the privilege of listening to eminent resource persons, distinguished academicians, and seasoned industry experts. In day one, we have Dr. G. Apparagar, IIT Madras, and Engineer Joshua Richards, Senior Principal, Civil Engineering, S Systems, UK. And day two, we have Professor D. Ramasheshu, NIT Warangal, and Ramesh Konchada, General Manager, Altera Solutions. And day 3, we have Dr. Chiranjeev Rahul, Senior Lecturer in Muscat, and Dr. B. Santosh Kumar, Deputy Executive Engineer, Water Resource Department, Andhra Pradesh. And day 4, Professor G. Agnihotri, SVNIT Surat, and Dr. Jaykumar Selam, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NIO Goa. And day 5, we have Professor CNV Satyanand Reddy Garu, Head of the Department, AU College of Engineering, and Dr. M. Srinivasal Reddy, Principal Structural Engineering, WSP Consultant, India Private Limited, Bangalore. And today, day 6, we have Mr. Rajesh Tallapneni from Muscat, Oman, and Dr. VSS Kiran, founder, CEO, and founder and CEO of Garuda Lytics, Hyderabad, and Professor KVGD Balaji Garu, Director, RGUKT Srikakulam. These experts shared profound insights, research findings, and real-world experiences on various themes related to sustainability, innovation, and emerging technologies in civil engineering. Their contribution have not only broadened our technical understanding, but also inspired us to reflect on our responsibility as educators, researchers, and engineers in shaping a sustainable future. I extend my sincere thanks to all the resource persons for sparing their valuable time and enriching us with their knowledge. I am particularly pleased with the enthusiastic participants from over 185 institutes across India. Your curiosity, active engagement, and meaningful interactions added immense value to every session and made this program truly dynamic and impactful. My heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Professor KVGD Balaji Garu, and guest of the day, Professor CNV Satyanand Reddy Garu, and guest of honor, Dr. G. Madhukumar Garu, for their gracious presence and encouraging words. We are deeply grateful to our respected principal, Professor D. Deepak Chaudhary Garu, and the management of Dr. Lankapalli Bolai College of Engineering for their continuous support and guidance. A special word of appreciation go to the FDP coordinator, Dr. Arunima Mahapatra, and co-coordinator, Mrs. B. Ramya, for their tireless efforts and meticulous planning. My sincere thanks also go to every member of the civil department of Lankapalli Bolai College of Engineering who work dedicatedly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth conduct of this program. We also thank AACTE and the college management for their continuous support in making this FDP possible. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of innovation and sustainability that guided our discussions throughout the program. Let us continue to collaborate, share knowledge, and apply what we have learned to our classrooms, research, and professional practice, working together for a resilient and sustainable future. Once again, I thank each one of you for your participation, enthusiasm, and support. Wishing you all continued success in your academic and professional journey. Let us move forward together towards innovation, sustainability, and excellence. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you very much, Arunima. Back to Arunima.
Thank you, sir, for your continuous guidance and dedicated leadership. It's now my privilege to welcome Dr. G. Madhukumar, Secretary and Correspondent, to deliver his address as guest of honor. Sir, we humbly invite you to share your message. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Renima. It's indeed wonderful to be associated once again at the end of the program. I would especially like to thank Professor Balaji Garu and Professor Satyanand Reddy Garu, who took the time out and patiently being present here. And many of the resource persons from all over India, abroad, from both the universities and the companies. It's an added pleasure to be able to be associated with all of these people. And many of the participants across India, I'm told about 180 different institutions and 300 plus people from all these institutions. It goes to show that we continue to be curious and we would like to learn, simply because once we've completed our education, even at PhD level, we are still students. And I'm basically a businessman who is involved in several activities. And I've been fortunate to actually see physically what happened in a place like Dubai with excellent infrastructure built up. My company was running there, and I was present when the actual Dubai Metro was built up, and when they did the Burj Khalifa Tower. In addition to that, all these artificial islands which were built up around the Dubai with a massive amount of housing construction on extended artificial islands. So these are engineering marvels. It makes you wonder. It makes you feel small in front of such large achievements. So basically, it is possible only because of application of civil engineers to be able to do this. And many times when I looked at the buildings in Dubai, they've combined it to be an art form as well. Not simple buildings, cubes being built with no sort of beauty in mind. So they have all these various designs which are there. It's a wonderful sight to see. Now, India is also going progressively towards being able to build, and the so-called infrastructure built up that we talk about all the time is the key factor for this country's development. And the role that has to be played by civil engineers is unparalleled. And definitely from the point of view of being able to look at sustainable practices and innovative methods that need to be taken up currently, we are now the largest population country in the world, which means that our housing plus requirements of various things, including transportation, are so huge. The biggest challenge for us is to be able to accommodate within a limited country with the limited resources without seriously affecting our environment. And Delhi is a live example of what can go wrong. It's not as if somebody has done it deliberately, but all these factors have come together to make Delhi almost an unlivable city. In fact, currently, as of today, it's extremely polluted and people have lots of troubles. Now, that's one extreme end. And now in places like our Visakhapatnam, we try to build up things so that we don't have a major city within Andhra Pradesh, and Amravati being built up as a capital, and Polavaram project. With so many of these challenges within the state of Andhra Pradesh and different states across India, the contribution of civil engineers, both in terms of adopting new methods and being able to adapt themselves to the new digital reality, AI-driven designs, and on top of it, the so-called digital twins, as they call it, to be able to replicate a building or any other construction on digital format, and to be able to make sure that everything checks out there. So the modeling that is required, the different kinds of modeling methods, including solutions about finite element methods and augmented reality. These are all things which are there. Unless we get into them, our ability to journey to the next level of engineering is not going to be there. So the so-called old methods of being able to take care of some standard syllabus and probably delivering it to take care of certain examinations is obviously not going to be sufficient for people to challenge themselves, especially when many of the people who work in the Middle East, as I've seen really with my own eyes, majority of them happen to be from India, which means what we export outside are the people who are actually able to deliver things for other countries. And from that point of view, our ability to do well in colleges and to be able to give different culture to people is obviously going to be of the highest value. For that to happen, all of us as faculty involved must also be up to date with what we are doing to be able to comfortably use both the digital formats and ability to sort of get hands-on experience for people. This is one chief problem for many of our engineering colleges. Most people, probably even if they are good, get an A grade, 80% distinction students, but they have never done anything with their hands. So this gap between academics and industry is increasing. And many times when industries don't have any time and energy to train people, and we have a problem being able to get them to internships, etc. So this challenge, sometimes we can probably try to do it on a digital format. Whatever it is, the methods that need to be adapted to make engineering something of a value addition for the world, because Indians are ready to go anywhere, even if there is a temporary problem in the United States now. Most people who have an opportunity abroad don't hesitate to go. Now, when we export these people, obviously they have to be the best available for that country. And now currently Russia is also taking people in Europe, a lot of people, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. And with all that challenge, how to liven up and enhance the value of our inputs is only through these kind of methods where we learn ourselves as faculty and find methods to transfer this to our students. And unfortunately, even at IIT levels, the research output is not so great now. So my request to all of you going through this process to probably pay attention to what can be done to increase your own value, your institutional value, and your value to the country, to the world. It has to be a thought out process. I wish you all the best in terms of being able to go forward with this thought and develop yourselves so that you're useful to yourself as well as useful to the country, to the world. And whatever it is that we can do as people who are in industry to be able to bring these kind of programs in colleges, etc., I'm always willing to come forward. But unless you sustain it on your own, apply it on your own, this is not going to be a success. So I wish you well. God bless you all to be able to take care of yourselves, to be able to ground yourself as great engineers, which brings you satisfaction to yourself as well as to whoever is going to utilize your services. God bless you. Thank you all. And I thank all the resource persons who have taken the extra time off and then spent a lot of time with all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable words and constant support. Now we are delighted to invite Professor CNV Satyanarayan Reddy, sir, Head of the Department, Andhra University, to address as a guest of the day. Sir, please address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Civil engineering.
Sir, your voice is not clear, sir.
Satyanarayana Reddy garu, your voice is not audible.
Hello, sir, Satyanarayan sir. It appears to be some network issue at the sir's end. So we'll continue with the session. It's an honor to invite our chief guest for the validity section, Professor KVGD Balaji sir, Distinguished Professor of Civil Engineering and Director RGUKT Srikakulam, to deliver the chief guest message. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us. Kindly address the gathering. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you very much, Dr. Arunima, for your kind words. Respected Secretary Garu G. Madhu Kumar Garu, Principal Deepak Chaudhary, HOD Dr. G.T. Naidu, other members, resource persons. It is my privilege to be a part of this program, Sustainable Practices and Innovative Trends in Civil Engineering. I am happy to see that FDPs are organized continuously on regular basis. It is a welcoming thing. And here, this is a program on Atal. Very few colleges will have the privilege of having this particular program. It shows that the type of the college, and I congratulate the institute for getting this Atal program. Then in the resource person session, when I have seen the lectures varied from academic person to industrial person and the persons working in the field. And it enriches the knowledge from all the sectors, from all the corners. And the civil engineering department in particular, they have a lot of enthusiasm in organizing this kind of activity, so that they will be able to organize themselves in the regular activity also to incorporate some of these activities. Nowadays, we are moving from AI and ML to quantum computing, and there is a lot of scope for the quantum computing in civil engineering in particular. Today, I have touched upon some of the aspects related to quantum computing, especially when it comes to buildings, which are intelligent buildings, especially useful for the senior citizens and also persons with having physical disabilities. For those persons, how the quantum computing will be of specifically useful. So, and in addition to the buildings, other structures where the health monitoring is to be done, so that the buildings or the bridges or the other infrastructure can be safely used without any difficulty. These things could be a part of the syllabus, so that we will be running ahead of others, and our syllabus will be quite useful for the person who is taking up, and they also feel happy to look into our syllabus and to learn some of these aspects. I request the head of the department and also other members to incorporate some of the ideas that what they have seen from the seminar into the syllabus wherever there is a possibility, so that their syllabus will be upgraded and they will be running ahead of others. And I have seen the management with a lot of enthusiasm, with a lot of support, and surely all the departments and also the civil department will prosper in the years to come. And I thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity to associate myself with you and to participate in this particular program, and that too with a lecture. Thank you everyone for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and truly inspiring words. CNV Satyanarayan sir has joined. So now we are delighted to invite once again Professor C.N.B. Satyanarayan Reddy, Head of the Department, Andhra University, to address as the guest of the day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arunima. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yeah. So, good evening to all of you. So, sorry that I lost my connection here due to some issues in network. So, first I would like to thank the Department of Civil Engineering, Dr. L.B. College of Engineering, for successfully organizing this FDP on sustainable practices and innovative trends in civil engineering. Their faculty selection for this course is excellent. They have invited speakers from IITs, NITs, Andhra University, and also foreign universities, R&D organizations, CSIR, and eminent practicing engineers from consulting organizations. So their planning has been meticulous, and topic selection, quality of lectures is excellent. I could see the satisfaction expressed by the participants by way of their posts in chat box. So really, Department of Civil Engineering, Dr. L.B. College of Engineering has worked with dedication in bringing out this quality Atal FDP on sustainable practices and innovative trends. So, going by the titles of the lectures delivered, I could see participants are exposed to sustainable materials, sustainable construction technologies, and latest trends that are being followed in civil engineering, particularly geoinformatics, RS and GIS applications. I have seen 3 to 4 lectures on RS and GIS applications. So all civil engineers should be well equipped with all these tools. So present day, everywhere infrastructure development is taking place at a rapid rate. So it is not important that we are completing the projects on time, but it is important to adopt sustainable materials and construction practices. The main focus should be we should not cause any damage to the environment, right? So our activities should not cause the release of gases, right, affecting ozone layer and all. So whatever construction activity we do, whatever materials we use, their production should be such that they have considerable amount of savings in terms of carbon footprints. So all these issues have been well addressed during the lectures. So I'm happy to get associated with this program as one of the resource persons. I have exposed the participants to sustainable constructions using geosynthetics yesterday, and I'm happy to be here during valedictory and to hear all good and encouraging words from guest of honor and chief guest of today's function, Dr. Madhukumar Reddy Garu and Professor KVGD Balaji Garu. So any FDP program will help the participant in not only in updating the knowledge, but also in establishing good relations. So whatever contacts you got during these 5 days of this FDP, you try to maintain rapport with them and exchange your ideas and move forward. No doubt, those who are thinking of doing PhD, they would have identified some areas for taking up research. Those who are already doctorates would have definitely found some areas where they can work and involve themselves in active research in the area of sustainable constructions. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all, and I congratulate the participants for participating in this FDP, involving quality lectures, and I wish all the best for all the participants in their future endeavors. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and motivating all of us. Now it's time to take feedbacks, overall feedbacks from the participants. We'll take 2 to 3 minutes. I request all our participants to share their overall feedback on the Atal FDP, as your suggestions are valuable to us. Participants are requested, you can unmute yourself and can give your feedback. Overall feedback of the Atal FDP.
Good evening, ma'am. Myself, Dr. G. Prasanna Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Aditya Institute of Technology and Management. I would like to take this an opportunity to thank the convener and coordinators of this FDP from Dr. Lankapalli Bullaya College, and also for encouraging us to participate and acquire knowledge regarding all the specializations of civil engineering, which included structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, water resource engineering, remote sensing, and other topics. And the lectures given by all the delegates has enhanced our knowledge, not only in a theoretical way, but also in the practical manner by including the hands-on sessions. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity to give the overall feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Prasanna Kumar, sir. Participants can unmute themselves to give their feedback. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, audible, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
This is Dr. Mahesh Chowgule from DKT's Textile and Engineering Institute, Ichalkarji, Maharashtra.
Good evening, sir.
I would like to give my feedback. It is great pleasure to share my feedback on this enriching Atal faculty development program. Over the past few days, we have had opportunity to learn from distinguished experts who delivered highly informative and insightful sessions. The FTP was very well structured, and each section added immense value to our understanding of subject. The resource person explained complex concept with a remarkable clarity and good demonstration. Question answer sections were excellent. Coordinators, they have worked very hard to gather this audience for this Atal FDP, and coordination was excellent. And throughout the remark is a wonderful experience to attend this FDP. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity share my words.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for a valuable word, sir.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Seshu Kumari. I'm a research scholar from Andhra University. It's my privilege to thank the organizers and all the faculty giving me this opportunity to attend such a wonderful FDP, which is well organized and covering all the topics in the civil engineering, topics in the civil engineering, which is a trending in civil engineering as of now, like sustainable practices in civil engineering. Thank you, one and all, again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, all of you. I am Dr. Praveen Nemade, from Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, KBT College of Engineering, Nasik from Maharashtra. So, right from the beginning, all the sessions and resource persons are highly qualified and experienced and share the practical knowledge, practical applications in the domain of all the civil engineering. And we got really a bunch of knowledge sharing from the experts, and also through this we can enhance our pedagogy also, and also our teaching while in classroom also, giving such type of examples. An engineer or a teacher in these engineering colleges, this should be really required to replenish and update the knowledge, and not only in the theoretical but in the software application oriented and real life problems. So thanks once again all the organizer teams, coordinators who have selected us. On behalf of participants, I am thanking you, all of the whole team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Myself, K. Satyaprabha from Saranathan College of Engineering, Tamil Nadu, Trichy. First, I should thank the management and similarly the organizing team for organizing a well informative and highly informative and well organized sessions. So the sessions also was very structured effectively, and the resource persons also, they were strong expertise in their subjects. And similar way, organizing from India, it's very easy. You have coordinated with the experts from foreign countries also, because the time will be varying. So that was also very well organized. So thanks to the management and organizing team once again for providing me this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the participants for your valuable suggestions. And now we conclude this valedictory ceremony. I now invite Mr. DVV Satyanarayan Murthy to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. On behalf of Dr. Lankpalai Bulai College of Engineering and Department of Civil Engineering, it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enriching 6-day faculty development program on sustainable practices and innovative trends in civil engineering. First and foremost, we express our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Balaji sir, distinguished professor, RGUKT, and director Srikakulam, for gracing the occasion and sharing invaluable sites that have set the tone for our learning journey. We express our heartfelt thanks to our resource persons, Professor G. Apparao Garu, IIT Madras, Professor Joshua Richards, Professor Ram Seshu sir, NIT Warangal, Mr. Ramesh Kunchada, Dr. M. Srinivasul Reddy, Dr. VSS Kiran, Professor PJ Agnihotri, Rajesh Salpuneni, Professor CNV Sachinand Reddy Garu, Head of the Department, Andhra University, Dr. B. Santosh Kumar, Deputy Executive Engineer, Water Resource Corporation of Vijayanagaram, Dr. Chiranjeevi Rahul, Dr. Jay Kumar Seelam, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NIO, and Professor Balaji Garu, RGUKT Director and Distinguished Professor. We express our sincere thanks for their expertise, engaging sessions, and for patiently addressing the queries. Your contributions have truly broadened our perspective and inspired us to innovate in our teaching practices. We are equally grateful to our management, Dr. Madhukumar sir, Secretary and Correspondent, our beloved Principal sir, Professor Deepak Chaudhary Garu, our beloved Head of the Department, Professor G.T. Naidu sir, for their constant encouragement, vision, and support in making this FDP possible. We thank the AICTE and Atal for accepting us and make this program a grand success. We express our sincere thanks to the organizing committee, coordinator Dr. Arunima Mahapatra, Mrs. B. Ramya, and faculty colleagues for your meticulous planning, coordination, and dedication ensured smooth execution of every session. A warm appreciation to all the participants for your active involvement, thoughtful discussions, and willingness to learn and share. Your enthusiasm has been the heartbeat of this program. Last but not the least, our thanks to the technical and support staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure everything ran seamlessly. Once again, on behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, I thank the organizing committee for giving this opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I thank to all the dignitaries, faculty members, HODs, participants, and well-wishers who have contributed to the success of this FDP. We are grateful for your time and engagement and support throughout this session. I now request all the participants and the dignitaries, please switch on the video such that we'll have a small screenshot. I request the participants to switch on the videos. I request the participants, please switch on the videos.
Yeah, excuse me, but my front camera is not well. So
Okay, sir, no problem, sir.
shall I take the back camera, ma'am, for picture purpose?
Yes, sir.
Start the assessment. Assessment time is already started. Should we start the assessment? Hello.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir?
Can we start the assessment, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Now all the
Right.
participants are requested to fill out the assessment and feedback form in the Atal portal.
Kindly
your
update today's attendance, please.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. All the best and wishing everyone a wonderful evening and continued success. Thank you once again. Stay safe and stay inspired.
Thank you.